Hello everyone, welcome to another live stream. Hi there, hi there, how you doing, how you all doing, how you all doing? Only see on the composite map description. Hey, hi there. I've been rendering stuff yesterday. Fair bit, actually. Not a little, quite a lot. And as such, 2 first pages of the video are finished-ish. The intro is still yet to be made. Give me a second, I'm still setting everything up. Hi, Lemon Happy, hi there, Time and hi the Party, hi there, Maxit, hi there, Magic Archer, hi, welcome, hi the Farm Main, hi. I really think you should just rest today. No, it's fine. I don't need to. There's a video to be done. This live stream might be shorter. It might be just like 4 hours. So, how's your coffee? Oh, it's actually just milk. This is just milk. I need to buy a kettle. That is true. Because this is ridiculous. So I'm just drinking milk. Because I don't have a kettle. It's really bloody cold. So, here's the thing, the stuff, the so on and so forth. Where did I finish off? I finished off on the second page. That's the first one, that's the second. Right here, judge the snap, but just translate to the charge. Okay. In the downward conventional oxidation reaction, it just keeps going, but focus on this one. Electron negativity, which we'll use like this. We'll have a molecule, and right here, I'll show you a cloud like this. Okay. So right here, what we need is we need to focus on electronegativity, which is annoying because the camera just keeps moving left, right, forward, backwards. But it don't matter because right here, we're going to keyframe the camera movement. We're going to switch this to 10, I think, would be fine enough. And then U to 11, and then move right like this, and then keyframe, and then keyframe, and then U just keyframe, and then you just move to the position of the camera like this. X and Y, and there we go. Higher up, a bit bigger. Scale was fortunately keyframed. Right here, you like to look like this. That will be nicer animation, and there we are. Lovely. And render animation. Sweet. A really cool thing, Latex board, the Reblax math channel on Discord. What did you write? Let me see. I see Acronymus saying that pi is larger than tau. 11. Oh, you have the... Oh my goodness, oh no. Oh no. Oh no, you've unlocked the power of the Hodge star in LaTeX. Hold on, let me open this up. There we are. This, you mean? Wait, what do 3 lines mean? What are 3 lines? Equivalent. Is that what it is? Equivalent. Math is equivalence. Okay, what is equivalent? Equivalent refers to 2 numbers, expressions, or quantities with the same value. That is not. I'm looking for like something more, bit more rigorous. Math is fun. That seems like someone who would know. Equivalent, that's equal. I'm looking for the difference between equivalent and equal. Geeks for geeks, I'm all for it. Okay. Why is it not in Polish? What the heck? English. Why just quit translating stuff? A mathematics equivalent expression same value even though the y look different. The same equivalent expression equivalent because they represent the same value for any x. What's the difference between equality and equivalence? This actually might be shorter because it might be 4 hours. I feel like I got my brain electrocuted. No, it genuinely might be. Can I join you still in the academy as they sent yesterday? I still stand by my point. There is not a pattern. It's not a pattern. It is not. It's really not. In one of them, you have a 0.5 and a variable squared. In the other one, you have 0.5 and a constant and a variable squared. Constants are not equivalent, in this case, pun intended, because you know, to variables. One of them varies, the other one is constant. The pattern doesn't carry over. You are so close to 50k. Not that close. We're 4 days away. 4 or 5 days away. Depends on when I finish the video. Hence why, you know, I'm rendering right now, because I want to finish as quick as possible. I feel like when I upload this video, we'll reach 50k, yes. While equality is strict relationship between two things equal, no, equivalence comes in different forms. Equality is a special case of equivalence. Okay, you know what? Actually, Lemon, you wrote down, so I'm assuming you know what it means. Why is this equivalent and not equal? What's your opinion about stories where the main character dies? Westworld is my favorite. Oh, spoilers, I guess. Whoops. I guess who's the main character of Westworld? Boy, that's philosophical if you've seen the show. Hi there, Chrononymous.
Hello.
Hi. Equality is when two things are equivalent in form and value as opposed to just value. I can explain why they're equivalent here. There, go on. I genuinely am curious. Because would this be like, this is simpler, right? Simpler-ish. I can understand what it says. I don't know what it means, but I can understand what it says. I don't understand the equivalence. $10 seconds per frame, that's not bad. Multiplying a vector of operators by a function is different from just taking the grad operator of the function. Multiplying a vector of operators.
How many hours did you end up playing off stream?
How many hours did I what?
End up playing.
I haven't yet. I'm scared of Factorio. I'm scared of it. I'll be only playing on stream precisely for that reason. I'm scared to get into it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I spent the whole day yesterday just rendering. Actually, I'm happy with that outcome so far. Okay, multiplying a vector of operators by a function is different from just taking the grad operator of the function. Multiplying a vector of operators by a function is different from just taking the grad operator of the function. I will be honest, you lost me there, Lemon. Grad of f gives this of f, but they aren't necessarily equal. Lemon, I won't be lying to you, I am just straight up lost. It looks like music notes. Yeah, that's, I mean, I'm pretty certain that's where it comes from. Isn't it? Just mathematicians doing a reference to music. Blue name care strikes again, I have been summoned by math. Reblack, what's the difference between equivalence and equality? Because I'm struggling. I've just never seen equivalence. Absolutely never. I haven't gotten to those DLCs of math. It's hard to explain, just don't worry about it. Lemon, that's not how it works. It's hard to explain, just don't worry about it, it's not how it works for me. What's going on? Oh yeah, that is true. Reblax, well, I do use blue nicknames differently, don't I? Yeah, Reblax is the math guy. Our to-go-to math person. Not to be confused with Remco, who is to-go-to physics person, even though physics at like the advanced quantum level is just basically mathematics, but that's a whole separate thing. Difference is equality, and equivalence is whatever is appropriate to whatever the situation is. I see. What is this charity checkup? It is a live stream in which we stream and like there's like charity. We're collecting money for charity, the Prevent Cancer Foundation, to prevent any cancer foundations. We're basically trying to put all of the cancer foundations out of business by stopping cancer. Like a modest goal, I would say. But yes, the Revlax also explained it well. Wait, equivalence is whatever is appropriate. You know what? I'm just gonna do the usual thing I do. Equivalence. Logic. Logical. Why isn't logic in science and technology? Mathematics. Equivalence relation. No, that's still okay. No, there we go. Two elements A and B set. Okay, so mathematics equivalence theory is a binary relation that is reflexive, symmetric, and transitive. The equivalence relation between line segments is in geometry is a common example of this equivalence relation. A simpler example is equality. A number A equal to itself is equal to itself. If A is equal to B, then B is equal to A, symmetric, and if A is equal to B, B is equal to C, then A is equal to C. Oh, so equivalence is any that fits those three criteria. Okay. That makes sense. It does, which means... So what this basically means is that in this equation, grad of f has to be equal to itself. So far, I'm all for it. If this is equal to this, then this is equal to this. Okay. What's the difference between equality then? There is no use for the symbol. No one use for the symbol. A lot of equivalence relations that are useful to consider. Molar arithmetic. Oh, I see. So it's okay. Binary relation is an x equivalence if the only reflexive symmetric concept for all in B, C, and X, flexibility, symmetry, and transitivity. To get the relations called. Oh wait, this doesn't have to be equal, does it? Was it wrong of me to use it there? I have no idea. I'm still trying. I don't know. I'm still trying. Wait, so can you do it for not only equality? Which means that when you have equivalence. Hi there, Greg. Hi. Welcome. Oh, right here, the animations are gonna just skyrocket. Molecule. Have a molecule. Oh, we need another file. Right, forgot. The molecule. Damn it. I hated that when I press Ctrl Z, everything just dies in this add-on. Those of you in the stream make it. That's acronymus. Piss, I started the wrong one. I meant Blender. And right here. Delete everything, we don't need it. And then... you... hydrogen to empty slots, complete molecule. Now copy, don't save, don't care for it saving. And right here, molecule, this, and then you right here. And then For this molecule, we will not want these, because they will complicate things a bit too much. Like so. And then for all of them, 50. There we go. Individual origins. Get them to be small like this. And then bounds. Actually, right here, they might be just a bit bigger. With this one being even larger. There we go. Neat render animation. Basically, it's going to be do algebra in a proper way, and for that you need equivalence relations and quotients. Okay. So equivalence would be one of those things where, in order for me to actually understand a single example, it would require like 3 hours of background in maths to just explain the example, the single example. Isn't that triple equal means the function itself is equal, while single equal means the equation result value is equal? Well, I mean, if f of x is equal to g of x, then can you have a function that has all resolved values equal whilst at the same time the function is not equal? Can you have that? Trust that equivalence rules we all hooked up on and not the musical isomorphisms. I mean, the equivalence is new to me. That's why I hooked up on it. It's because with these, when it comes to like different, I don't know how generally I want to put operations, even more generally operations. When it goes to these, like there are different ones for any specific usage, but equivalence just really stands out, at least to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm the weird one. Hi there, Ibai. Hi, welcome. Did you just change your profile picture? Hi, Ibai. The way I think of it is equality is equivalence of values, congruence is equivalence of shapes, and so on. I see. What is this equivalence? F of x is equal to g of x can be true if x is equal to 0, if x squared and g is equal to cube. Lee, that's not quite the case, because if listen, if you have f of x is equal to g of x, when, I mean, if you have f of x is equal to x squared and g of x is equal to x cubed, then you can't really say that f of x is equal to g of x. You can't really say that. Instead, what you do in math is you have to specify that you're talking about one specific point. There are, I'm pretty certain, a couple of ways to note this, but you know, the easiest one would be like this: f of 0 is equal to g of 0. Like, you can't really say that f of x is equal to g of x, because when you say that, you assume that it's for any value. You have to specify that it's for that one value. Like, there are a couple of ways to note that. You could do it with sets as well, but I mean, this is the easiest one. Just plug in 0. It seems your name goes from a step further from measurement of vector boundaries can transform a section of one into a section of order. I mean, when you say that two equations are equal, they must be equal. If f of x is equal to g of x, then it has to be equal. There are more than one derivative. Yeah, it gets fun. You need the triple equal, which precisely to clarify the case you mean. You don't need to. I mean, as I mentioned, if this is how you define it, then f of x is just straight up not equal to g of x. Unless x is equal to 0. Because, f of 2 is not equal to g of 2. So, like, you have to specify that it's equal only for x equal to 0. Don't be sad because it's complicated. Be happy there is more to learn. Fair point. Getting ready to take a test to apply to a private school. Well, good luck, Alan. Good luck then. What kind of private school, if I may ask? Oh no, this one right here. It just hit me that the colors are way off. Because the middle one is supposed to be dark. And the outside one's supposed to be bright. Akron was changed the profile picture again. I like the previous one, I don't know. Make it,
I just noticed something.
Make it, what's the...
I
No, do carry on, Acronomist. I'll just stay back.
accidentally put my mic up so it was disabled.
Make it. What's the religion or personal philosophy you follow to help you stay positive or hopeful, even in difficult times or misfortunes? I don't know. I do what I want. If I want to eat something, I eat. If I want to, I don't know, walk, I walk. If I want to watch a movie, I watch a movie. That's my philosophy. Discrete derivative is one of my favorites. That is not a thing. I refuse to accept that's a thing. That is not a thing. Why is discrete calculus a thing? I'm sorry. Discrete calculus. Discrete, with all due respect, you mathematicians need... No, you need help. Why is discrete calculus a thing? What?
Has to cause you specifically pain.
I really because what? Difficulty was because they're different notation yet same in output. I see. I gotta make it so the distractions work. I'm rendering in the background, so it's fine. I'm doing stuff. That's why I like rendering stream because I can just chat and it's fine. Everything works. Um, you should have one to prepare for difficult times, unless you are a robot or something. Of course, future is uncertain. I'm not a robot, my fellow human. I am a human being, just like you, my fellow human being. I don't know, my philosophy helped me through difficult times. It worked. It worked in the past. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Unless it doesn't, in which case it will make you much weaker. The quote should be extended. Basically, same thing, but fermentation is mathematically irrelevant. They're the same thing. So that is just equality in that case, right? So this is just equality. Make it actually made by OpenAI. No, what? But you know, let's you know what I think we should do. It would be fun activity. I think we should all sit down and mention our three favorite things about OpenAI's recent shift in development. I feel like we should all just. I'd use equality personally. Okay, so they are the same thing. Well, in this case, I mean, in this case, they are the same thing. So this is just equality. So grad f is equal to nabla f, which is equal to df sharp, which means that df is nabla f. Oh, I see. This is actually okay. This is actually pretty simple. Now I think about this. So yeah, so it being flat is the opposite of it being sharp, if you will. That's actually quite lovely, I do have to say. F is equal to df sharp, which means that df and nabla f, and then to reverse it you just you take the flat. That's quite lovely, I do have to say. What is nabla? Mark, that's quite a long story. Differential geometry is infamous for becoming notational hell very quickly. My personal conspiracy theory is that it's because physicists. It's not because of physicists, Reblax. It's because of people with fragile egos. That's why it's there. Actually, it's not just physicists. It's just people with fragile egos. They're the reason for creating alternative like notation for the same thing, just to make it seem more complex. Mathematicians' music. Make it. Do you know about quantum derivatives and integrals? That is a very vague way to describe it. Quantum derivative. Is there a thing called quantum derivative? Because in that case, I do not know. Actually, kernel log on the derivative introduced by defined as. Oh, so it's the size is quantized, basically. Ish, right? Instead of actually approaching zero, it's just really small. Isn't that just a? I just always. So yeah, I do know of this. It's just that I learned about it in the context of like programming, because you know when you evaluate derivatives, of course you're not. When you evaluate derivatives and integrals, of course you're not actually taking infinitely thin slices. So when you just want to evaluate or like approximate an area under a curve, you take slices with actual size to them. That's why I actually didn't know from quantum. I mean, it makes sense, I suppose. function of f is the same as graph than f. There's an actual difference between del f and grad f. I'm not. I know. I'm not. You know what? I'll just let you all have some fun. I'm just gonna animate it. I'm just gonna animate in the background. You all do your mathematics. Electron density. How many electrons are there? This. Okay, so this one has to be bright. Already 0.3. Render on the image. We don't want animation because that will take too long. And we want a cloud on top of it. There is a notational difference, but that's all. Notational difference is not a difference. Notational difference isn't. That's not an actual difference. Notational difference is kind of like saying that blue paint tastes different than red paint because it's blue. Make it with time and joining. I don't know. Numbers in math is less likely than you think. It does though, blue paint tastes better. I mean, okay, that example doesn't actually hold because blue paint would probably taste different, but you get what I mean. Right here, so a cloud like this will represent a lot of electrons, blue represents not a lot. Okay, so we need this right here, and we want it with its own geometry nodes, in which we will only have 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this. Like so. And those 5 will be you, atom 1, 30, 31, 29. Let me have a guess. Or is 29 not a thing? It is 29. Okay, it's really struggling. I imagine because of this. Let's have a 2. Let's have a 1.6. 29, is there 28? 28. Okay, so it's not 28, it's supposed to be 32 and 33. And there we go. That gives us the cloud around the atom, which we do this, which we do 600, for which we do, like this is valid, and then .95. Actually, we can start 1. That would make sense. And the animation. Would differential forms look like if we didn't use live representation of the exterior derivative? Jeez, Ian. Usually notational differences mean that we have different POVs and same object. I suppose that it does matter because, well, I mean, the same thing can be equal in different contexts. But at the same time, at the end of the day, this is equal. at the end of the day, when you have a like, what would be a good example? I don't feel like I don't know enough about geometry and groups in order to provide a solid example, but there is something floating around. If you prove the same problem using geometry, using groups, and using algebra, then it will, at the end of the day, be the same proof. It's just proven in different ways. At the beginning of every stream, I asked Make if I could join. I didn't get a straight answer. I don't want to take over the stream if Make it doesn't want. You can join in. I'm just not gonna let it go. I'm still. If you can join in, you are more than welcome to. You just have to realize that from the second you join in, I will get right back on the pattern to explain why it's not a pattern, because it is not a pattern, in fact. Timon, it is not a pattern.
Hi.
It is not, in fact, a pattern. If you have the equation for kinetic energy, which is 1/2 mv squared, then this is a variable, which I'm going to mark in orange. This is a variable, which I'm going to mark in orange. And in green, I'm going to mark a constant. If, however, you have an equation for the area of a circle, which was 1/2 tau, and then r squared, then right here you have the variable, which is the r squared, which is the radius of a circle, and right here you have two constants. It is different, in fact, because you can combine constants. You cannot combine the constant with a variable. Nor can you combine
I am
variables.
not even seeing the stream right now. Give me a second to arrive.
My colorblind ass can't tell the difference. I think you can have very different proofs of the same result. Yeah, but that's my point. Like, they're all... When I said the same proof, I mean that it means the same thing. From the... Like, just from the perspective of it proving something. My point is that you can have... I mean, honestly, if someone can create the same proof in algebra, geometry, and with groups, I'm impressed. I'm gonna be really impressed. Because usually those are wildly different. Proves the same thing, it proves my different. The result is the same. Yeah, that's my point. I misspoke then, I suppose. You know, it's the same way as my favorite example with like the square, how we can think about it geometrically when you just multiply two sides, or you can think about it as like the function that is just constant at a, and then you just take the integral under this function. I was going to say the proofs are the same, you mean the result is the same. Yeah, I misspoke. I meant the result is the same.
Hi, chat. I'm here. Hi. Thanks for the warm welcome. Make it. Why does your chat love me so much?
I don't know. I don't know. Funny or something. Doesn't matter. This is not a pattern. I will not give up until you either accept that you are wrong or you convince me that I am wrong.
All right.
Well,
Okay, I guess. I mean,
I don't want you to guess you're in the wrong. I don't want you to just say, "Oh, I guess I'm in the wrong," just for the sake of stopping the argument. The thing is, the nice thing about mathematics, as we previously mentioned on one of the streams, is that we start with axioms which we do not question. Which means that in mathematics, you can have an absolute answer. In science, you can have multiple hypotheses that are all equally probable. You can't have that in just pure mathematics, because you know that you have like basic axioms. You cannot have two answers to the same question that are what's the word? Like counters to each other. The same thing cannot be logically true and false at the same time.
yeah, I get that, but this isn't really mathematics. This is an argument about mathematics. So, and And the worst part is we've been just arguing the same question back and forth without moving forward. That's why I want to drop the argument, because we both said the exact same
But you
things
realize
like
I'm not
100
going
times.
to drop the argument, right? I have convinced. Listen, here's the thing. This is a mathematical argument. What I'm basically saying is that when you have a pattern, right? Then what you're basically saying is that you have some sort of, let's call it a blueprint for creating an equation. And so I specifically asked you how would you define the pattern. I specifically did. And then I specified just to make sure that we're on the same page. And you said it is 1/2 multiplied by a constant multiplied by a variable squared, which would hold for the circle, but it would not hold for the kinetic energy. Because right here there is no constant other than the 1/2.
Okay, then 1/2 times something on the first power times something on the second power.
Okay, but in
Good.
that case, if that is your argument, right, then, well, don't you think that's way too vague? Because in that case, you're including everything that is 1/2, and like the area of a square would fit in there.
Yes, exactly. That's part of my argument.
So you think the area of a square also fits the pattern?
Yes.
The square, not the circle, the square.
Yes. That's my argument. That's why I keep bringing up drag, because you can see the shape modifier this value thingy there. There is there
Okay,
because there's a
do you
number
think-
to specify
I
the
have a question.
shape.
Do you think that a squared fits the pattern? Just a squared.
I guess.
There is no 0.5 at the beginning.
Like it can be 0.5 times 2.
It can
a
be, but
squared.
it's not. So there is no 0.5. So that's a squared fits the pattern. You see how you defined it so broadly that it includes any equation with a square. That's basically your pattern. Any equation with a square at this point.
Yes. Yes.
Don't see how that's a problem.
No.
How basically you saying that equations are connected because they have a square in them could be misleading at the very least.
Second order Taylor series expansion.
That is not a second order Taylor series expansion because do you have a method for getting the area of a circle using second order Taylor series expansion?
Remco does.
Nope, Remco did say that it wasn't using Taylor series, it's using the entire series. It's an infinite sum, not the second term.
I was asleep by then.
So, a bit of advice for the future. If you think you are correct to the point where you just start grabbing all the reasons why you are correct without even knowing why those reasons would be true, that probably means you're arguing for the argument, for the sake of winning the argument, not for the sake of actually finding the truth.
What? I already dropped the argument like yesterday. What do you mean I'm arguing for the sake of argument? I've already dropped it.
Because you're arguing for the sake of winning it, not for the sake of figuring out what's the truth.
I don't want to win it. I don't care anymore. I still believe that I am right, but I honestly don't care at this point because we are throwing the same arguments back and forth without getting anywhere, and it just makes no sense to keep up this argument.
Well, it does make sense to me. As I mentioned, if two people
have fun, I just
if
sit
two
back
people
and
in
listen
maths
to
and
you.
if people in maths and science are arguing, then just stopping the argument by being like, "Hey, let's not argue anymore," is not very scientific.
Yeah, no. Listen, if Einstein and Bohr said that would have been wouldn't have been the best idea. But we are not the elite scientists of the world trying to figure out the everything. We're just two random people who have some kind of grasp
It's
of
still
science
a bad
and
example.
trying to convince each other what constant is better.
It's still, listen, I really like science, and it still goes against everything I stand for to just to just be ascientific for the sake of,
But
I
this
don't
is
know,
not
looking good or something.
scientific.
It is. It really is. Do
This is
you
not-
realize that one of us has to be correct, the other one has to be wrong, right? You do realize that fact. One of us has to be correct, the other has to be wrong because we're arguing the opposites. I'm saying this is not a pattern, you're saying this is a pattern.
I am not
Another
even
thing
sure
is that you are switching over, you're slowly moving the goalposts. So you started with the definition of a pattern was 1/2 multiplied by constant multiplied by a variable squared.
Yeah,
Then you
because
moved on to
kept
it's
changing
1/2.
what you mean by constant.
I didn't keep changing. I used, what mathematicians and scientists use when they mean a constant. It's a value that is constant through all uses of an equation.
Well, sometimes in physics, when, for example, we assume the mass to be constant, we are just, mass is a constant. That is something our professor says.
Yes, but in
It can
the
be treated
equation
as a
for kinetic
constant.
energy, it is not a constant, it's a variable because it varies.
Okay, but if your shape varies, then the tau won't be the tau, that number will change if you introduce time and the shape is just
and
blobbing
if you
around.
rewind, you will see that I said that a constant stays constant for all the applications of an equation. And the area of a circle, no matter what kind of circle you have, tau will always stays the same. It will not vary. Because this isn't...
But that's only true for circles, not all shapes. Tau is just a number that is that describes a shape.
Make it time, and what is actually the argument? Lemon. Basically, it all started when someone said that basically it's like this: 1/2 mv squared and 1/2 tau r squared. Now, someone started by saying that it is a pattern, right? That there's a pattern to it. I've said that this is not in fact a pattern. It is that's because right here you need the 1/2 to be there. Right here you do not. Another reason why it's not a pattern is because right here the 1/2 comes from the second order integration. Right here 1/2 comes from us just changing the constant. So at the top 1/2 is needed. At the bottom it is arbitrary. You could have any division you want if you just change up, if you just shift the constant around, right? You can change it up in whatever you want. At the top, you cannot change it up in whatever way you want. And so that's now how the argument started, with Timon arguing that there is a pattern to it, me arguing that there is not. I have specifically asked Timon to define this pattern. Timon said on the very beginning that it is 1/2 multiplied by a constant, multiplying by a variable squared, which would hold for the circle, it would not hold for the top one. Then you, Timon, changed it to 1/2. Right now, you've changed it to 1/2 multiplied by something, multiplied by variable squared. And then I asked you if a squared would hold for it. You said yes, which means right now your definition of a pattern shifted to just a variable squared.
Listen, the only reason why we...
Lemon, who do you think is, in this case...
The only reason why we are stuck here is because you are just ignoring one of my arguments. I just say that argument and you just ignore that I said that.
What is your argument then? So
is that mass and is it something that describes something physical like mass, or something that describes something just as physical as mass, like a shape of something, can change. Those are numbers that can change, and tau is just happens to describe a circle just as much as 1 kilogram happens to describe an object with 1 kilogram. Okay. And you can see that it works like this if you look at the equation of drag when both of these appear.
Okay, so give me your definition of a constant and your definition of a variable then. Want to be strict?
The variable is something that you use it as an input for your function when you plot the function, and if you don't use it, it's a constant. Like, for example, if you take partial derivatives, then you always keep one variable as a constant, or multiple variables as a constant. constant, whatever you want it to be constant. It's a variable, whatever you want it to be a variable. There is not. It only depends on what are you plotting at this very
Okay,
moment.
so let's say that we have an arbitrary object, all right? We know nothing about this object, arbitrary general object, and we want to find out its kinetic energy. So we want to create a function of something, some input, which gives us back kinetic energy. What do we need to know about this object to figure out its kinetic energy?
Mass and velocity.
Mass and velocity. Okay, now, can you see how in this function, for the equation of kinetic energy, you need two inputs, which is mass and velocity. Now let's go for the
Yes.
second one. Let's say we have a circle. Any arbitrary circle,
That's very
we know
wrong.
nothing
Let's say
about
we
it.
have a shape. Let's say we
Oh
have
no,
a shape.
this isn't the equation for the area of a shape, this is the equation for area of a circle. Because if it was a
but
shape,
when
it
you
wouldn't
say
use a tau.
area of, if you say area of a circle, it's like saying kinetic energy of a 1 kilogram
Yeah, but
object.
you would notice that from the very beginning, I've never said area of a shape. I've always said area of a circle because this is not, in fact, an equation for area of a shape.
Yeah,
This is area of a circle.
You still don't see it that properties like mass, shape, the bouncy constant. What's the bouncy constant? How much something
Simon, okay,
bounces.
could you give me one source for an equation of area of a shape? Just one. Just anything. Any paper, any article, anything about the area of a shape. Or did you make it up right now?
Why, why would you, there is no one equation for any shape other than maybe integrals,
Okay, so
because it's
Let me-
just
so is
something
this-
that describes the shape times r squared.
something that defines. Okay, good. Now, can you give me any example in history when someone generalized this equation to just area of any shape? Other than you
Why
right
would
now.
anyone want to do that?
Well, it's because what you are doing right now is either you say that, this is a pattern because it's an area of a shape for which you would need to prove it mathematically, or you are redefining it right now. And if you say that this is an equation for an area of a shape, then I'm assuming you have the proof for it, right? Like some sort of mathematical proof to show that this equation actually works.
This
Like, do you have that proof or no? Can you
What-
see the problem right here? That
Yes, I can see the problem. You're still avoiding that one bit of argument that I'm saying. You're still
Okay,
avoiding
then
even when
repeat it
you're
again.
pretending you're not.
Repeat it again.
No, I will not repeat it again. I said this a gazillion of times, and I will not say it one more time. No.
The fact that tau can change, is that your argument? Because the point I'm trying to make is that tau cannot change because you cannot get an area of a circle
Well,
if
no,
tau changes.
tau cannot change because tau is the magic constant for circles. The magic constant for squares is 2.
First of all, in this case, r for squares would have to be the length of the side,
Eight,
which
eight.
would be different.
Uh,
But as I mentioned,
whatever.
right here you have two options. Either you accept that this is the area of a circle, for which we do have the proof, or you say that it's an area of any shape, for which you need to give me a proof because I simply do not know it. So which option are you picking? Unless you think there is a third option, which I would be glad to hear.
If I say that you're right, will you let this go finally?
No, because you will only say that for the sake of ending the argument. I need you to understand. I don't want you to say that I'm right. I want you to understand that it's right. There is a difference. if tau is a constant, why not multiply it with 1/2 and write the equation using that result? Titan, that's precisely my point. You can. It's pi r squared. That's something you can do with constants, you cannot do with the variables.
Yes, you can, and you just have wacky things like perfect half rotations.
Well, you can't fit the 1/2 into mass. Because mass has to stay as a variable because the function depends. By the way, I would just like to point out, I'm not going with my definition of constants variable is, I'm going with yours in this case. Specifically because I want you to realize that because I feel like you've defined variable and constant in a very reasonable way. And I want you to realize that if you define it this way, then you do always need to draw the distinction between the constant and the variable. So, we're creating the function. So let's create two functions. Let's do one for the circle and one for the shape. Let's create the function for the circle. What would you need to find out the area of an arbitrary circle?
Don't you have stuff to do?
Absolutely not. This takes precedent. What variable would you need to find out the area of a circle?
I would need to go to the bathroom. BRB.
I've said yesterday, I cannot let it go. I cannot let stuff go like that. If you disagree about what's your favorite color or favorite taste in music or all of these subjective things, that's fine by me. But when you have pre-existing axioms, when you have pre-existing assumptions, then the result cannot be different. It simply cannot be any different. There's a lot of electrons. It's not a lot. So right here we need to just show off general. Actually, Lemon, what do you think? Do you think this is a pattern? Because I just want to know from as many people as possible. Do you think that this is a pattern? 1/2 mass velocity squared and 1/2 tau radius squared. Oh, what's the group name? Group colored charge. That's a phenomenal, honestly, absolutely phenomenal group. No, small triangle. Oh. I still don't fully get what the question is, I'm gonna make it. The question, basically, Timon said that this is a pattern of 1/2 variable squared. And I'm saying that this is not because right here, these are variables and tau is a constant. Timon is saying that mass is just as much of a constant as tau and tau is as much of a variable as mass. Which I say is incorrect because tau stays constant for all the applications of the equation whilst mass doesn't stay constant for all the applications of the equation. Mass variable, traditional inertial, stuff like tau is constant, distance around the unit circle. I'm struggling to make the connection. That's precisely my point, Lemon. I'm saying that tau is a constant, mass is a variable. and therefore the pattern does not hold. If tau is 1/2 equal pi, why write that equation in a weird way, and why just use pi? It's confusing people. Well, that's my point. You can, and it will not change the meaning of the equation. I'm confused. What are you confused about? No, that's not what we want. We want... How have I done that, actually? Math and physics, but philosophical math is independent of physics to me. It doesn't really mix math and physics, Reblax, because in this case, this could be an equation for anything. Like, it is equation for kinetic energy, but you might as well call it, I don't know, the just equation of AB squared, if you want. 1/2 AB squared. It wouldn't change anything. If you don't like the physics of it, just using power of imaginations, pretend that it says AB squared, and it's not actually the equation for for kinetic energy, only is an equation for a half of a three-dimensional, what's a three-dimensional rectangle called? You can pretend that, and it's going to be close enough. How have I done that? I've done it by get charge. Get charge and just add them. There we go. Get charge. Right here. And for get charge it will be empty. I mean, the pattern in the pure math sense, yes, that doesn't make much, but do provide the possible link to visualize something interesting alternative way. No, because I asked Timon to define the pattern, and Timon said that the pattern was 1/2 multiplied by a constant multiplied by a variable, which we can factually say it's incorrect for the kinetic energy, because it is 1/2 multiplied by a variable squared, not a constant. That's why it's convenient to stop for a second, ask people to define stuff properly. It serves as a good basis. Because then there is no, you can avoid the misunderstandings due to, well, you can just avoid misunderstandings and go straight for the argument.
Alright, I'm back. My mom came up to me and said, like, she's half Greek, and she just came up to me and said that I'm pronouncing tau wrong because the Greek pronounces it as tough. Oh wait, I was muted. So what I said is that
I heard you. I was just thinking.
Okay. Wait, then my mute button doesn't work.
But here's 1/2 multiplied by a number multiplied by another number. But that's the thing, Lee. That's too vague, because if you say that it's just 1/2 multiplied by a number multiplied by another number, then anything in existence fits that. Even something like a squared fits the pattern then. Because you can then multiply it by 0.5 multiplied by 2 multiplied by a squared, and that fits the pattern. So so you can multiply any equation in existence with a square by 0.5 and 2, and that will then fit the pattern. And that's beside the point that it will be redefining the pattern, which, I mean, is a big problem. Was the second equation described as the area of a circle? I told you yesterday, Timon, I won't give up. I really wish I was the kind of person that could, but I can't. It's not in me.
Alright, then don't give up. Like, then please continue. Just do go on. I've already said everything a gazillions of times that I wanted to say, and you have just been repeating yourself all this long. But be my guest, repeat yourself 1,000 more times.
All
I'm
right.
not gonna stop you.
All right. So basically, the equation for kinetic energy is this equation is meant to use for any arbitrary objects. We can imagine it like an abstract space, abstract three-dimensional. Actually, wait, would abstract three-dimensional space be good in this case? Yeah, like a 2D plane on an abstract in an abstract three-dimensional space. So basically, if you imagine this kind of three-dimensional space, right? Then on this space you would have a plane of mmv. I don't know how to draw a plane in this case. It's not that great at drawing in 3 dimensions. But in this space you would have a plane of mmv where the z, where the height would be equal to 1/2 mv squared. And that plane, I suppose it would be probably curved. Well, v squared obviously. Basically, can planes be curved? Irrelevant. Basically, that flat surface would be the area over which our equation holds. Over any other value, our equation would no longer hold. And the point is that in that area, you do need v to vary and you do need m to vary. For a circle, however, it's different, because for a circle, we can just do it 2-dimensionally on a flat plane, and then we'd have pi r squared. So we'd have r in one case, in one direction, we have the area of a circle in another, and then it would be just the quadratic, basically. I suppose it wouldn't go into negative, doesn't matter, and any circle that falls on this line would be correct. Any circle that falls above it doesn't hold for our equation, because our equation would tell us that it has higher area than it actually has. Anything lower, our equation would tell us that it has lower area than it has. And therefore, our equation only holds on this extremely thin line. Now, in this case, the reason why in the first example it's a plane of the surface, the other example is a line, is because in the first one we need two different things to change in order to describe any arbitrary object. We need the m, we need the v. In the second example, we only need the radius. That's because tau stays constant, no matter what circle you have, tau or pi, whatever you want to use, it will always be the same value. Hence, it stays constant, hence it is a constant. Whilst the radius varies, that's why it's a variable.
Yeah, the same problem again. You didn't take my argument in counter at all. Like, and I've said it a gazillion times, and you can read it back as well. I won't say it one more time.
You mean the area of any shape?
Yes.
The reason why I didn't take that is because we do not have an equation for an area of any shape. It simply does not exist.
Of course, because it's too vague for that to exist, but...
Not really. It's more because it's not been proven. As I mentioned, if you have proof that you have an equation which can give you an area for any shape, then I will accept that.
It's not something that can... It's too vague for it to deserve its own paper, but it's also too obvious, because how do you get from 1 dimensions to 2? You multiply stuff. That's what multiplication is.
That is the equivalent of me saying that any equation in existence is part of a pattern, because if you have an equation for everything, then the equation for anything would be part of that equation for everything, without me actually defining an equation for everything. Right now you just made up the equation for area of any shape. You made it up. It does not exist. You just simply refuse to accept the fact that you made it up.
The area of any shape is basically 2 coordinates. I'm just noticing Acronymus' new
But I mean,
profile picture.
area is a scalar, so it wouldn't be 2, it would be 1. But once again, we do not have the equation for that.
Sorry, I just can't stop laughing on Acronymus' profile pic. I think they're trying to tell us something.
I don't care, I'm really strong in my beliefs. I'm not gonna change my belief because it's inconvenient.
I'm sure about my beliefs too.
Can't you do integral of the side and get the shape of the area? No, you cannot, Mark. It's a solid guess, but no, you cannot, because concave shapes exist. In which case, good luck defining an integral for it. Or actually, in this case, a star would be, or something like this. Like a complete mess. Defining an integral for that, you can try if you want. So the integral works for a lot of different shapes. However, even then, your equation for a general shape, I mean, I suppose you could make that argument that at any point you do have on a line, you do have a certain amount of that line, which is part of the shape, but then your equation for the area of any shape would look like this. You'd have the integral from zero to length of the shape, function describing the density of area of that shape, and then x dx. That would be your equation for any shape.
Yes.
Which, as you can see, it's completely different from anything.
No. Because with that you just get x times L times a constant.
Would you like to solve this integral? Because I can guarantee you do not get something that simple from this integral. Simply because we do not know what f of x is.
Exactly. Exactly. You get my point, you just refuse to accept it.
If we do not what f of x is, that means we do not know what this integral equals to.
Yeah, f of x depends on what shape you have. Thus, the
Yes, so the f of x could be r to the 17th power. It could be natural log of x. It could be x tetrated. It could be error function of x. It could be anything. It does not have to be x squared. It most likely would not be x squared. So for example, if I have a shape like this, just pretend this line is like a square root or something, then the this function would be from 0 to L of square root of x dx.
yes.
Which, well, you can probably tell will not result in x squared.
If it's a shape, then L does not define when you cut it off. This is a shape, and
L defines how long the shape is, and the function tells you for any point the density of area. So how much area any line here has.
But if you do a definite integral, then you get a number because there's an area. It's a definite integral. It's not an indefinite integral where you get functions. It's a definite one where you get numbers.
Yes, however, you previously defined a pattern including specifically a variable squared, and you will not always get a variable squared out of this. Most of the time, in fact, you will not get a variable squared. Which means most of the time, your pattern will not hold, or as we say in mathematics, you will not have a pattern. I mean, you're more than welcome to try to prove it, because as I mentioned, I've given you a general equation for area of any shape, any two-dimensional to be fair, but still, general equation for area of any two-dimensional shape. If you think it's incorrect, we could argue on that, but if you think it's correct, then you can just, then all I have to do to break your pattern is just give you a shape for which the pattern will not hold, which I have given you right here.
Have you though? Because if wait. L, since f of x includes everything from height, slope, everything. So
No, f of x gives you the density. So if you have a shape, like any arbitrary shape, something like this, right?
yes.
Right here you can imagine coordinate x. If you take, so if right here you have 0.5, right? X is equal to 0.5, then f of x would basically give you the length of this line from, actually not the length of this line, only would give you the length of this line at every point where line is inside the shape. So that's what x stands for. So if you have a concave shape like this, right? If you take f of x at right here, which is let's say 0.75, it doesn't matter. If you take f of x, it would give you the sum of lengths of all of these yellow lines, which are inside the shape. That's what f of x is there for. And what I'm basically saying is that for the length of the shape, which is just the furthest point to the left and the furthest point to the right, for this length of the shape, you integrate, so you get the total sum of all of these lines that are actually inside the shape. And you can see that for a shape like this, in which the height is just the square root of x, or it could be anything, it could be natural log of x, or error function, Gaussian integral, any shape in existence, basically. For most of them, you will not get an x squared. And since you specifically specified in your pattern, that's why I specifically wanted to ask you to avoid misunderstanding. Since you specifically mentioned in your pattern a square, so a number squared, a variable squared, what's beautiful about this, it doesn't even matter if it's a constant or not. We even can move beside that point, even though it's still relevant, we can move beside that point, because that means that in this case, you will not always end up with a square.
Listen, if you can convince me, then you can write there was no pattern on my gravestone.
Well, I mean, I plan on doing that, so are you still not convinced?
No, I'm not.
Okay, which part of my argument is, in this case, you think of? I can draw it even clearer if you want, to make my argument even more strict, rigid, to just make it easy for you to point out the fault of my argument. So what you are basically saying is, the thing is, let's just focus on one thing. Let's just focus on one thing to make it easier for ourselves. What you are basically saying is that you have a general equation 1/2, let's call it xr squared, that describes any shape. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, what I am saying is I proposed my equation, because you don't have proof for this. That's the big key. So what I did is I proposed my own equation, which is this, from 0 to L, f of x dx, which gives you the area of any arbitrary shape, any two-dimensional shape in existence. Now, all I have to do is show you that you can take this integral for a certain shape which will not result in a square, which means this integral can result in something that will not include a square. And considering that f of x can be literally anything, I think that's pretty fair, unless you want me to find an actual integral, which actual function when integrated will not give you a square, which I'm more than happy to do. However, this integral, there are certain things for which this integral will not result in a square, most of them in fact. Now, if this won't result in a square, that means not every shape has to be described with a square. Therefore, the general equation for any arbitrary shape does not have to include a square. Therefore, that is not a pattern.
Alright, wait. Why is it L and why is it not R?
Well, it's L because L is for length of the shape, R is radius, and I don't think radius is defined for any arbitrary shape.
Then just from minus R to R and
That would be
they're
half
fine,
length.
okay.
I am not quite certain that radius is just half length of a shape. Especially since in this case length would vary. It depends on by which side you're taking the integral.
Yeah, but F would also, so
Yes,
that
that is true.
compensates for it.
You can rotate it any way. It would change the f of x. It would change the L and f of x.
Yes.
So where is the fault of my argument?
Why am I still doing this?
Well, it's because if you think there is something wrong with my argument, then I'm just asking what is wrong with my argument in this case. The thing is, 1 plus 1 is not a matter of opinion. There is an answer. If two people disagree on what 1 plus 1 is equal to, then either one is wrong, both are wrong. Well, that's the only two options. Either one is wrong or both are wrong. If you think that you are correct, then I must be wrong, so there must be something wrong with my argument.
And you won't accept me to just say that I let go.
Well, yeah, because I consider that unscientific. The thing is, if you
it's
didn't...
perfectly scientific.
No, the thing is, if you didn't understand, then I would accept that because you just don't understand. But the thing is, you do understand because you're saying that you think you are correct. It's not that you don't understand my argument, it's that you think you are correct. Which means, if you think you are correct, you must think that your argument is correct, which must mean my argument is incorrect. And just subtract the a. There is no a in my equation. This is a 0 because you go from length 0 to the full length. You're one of those people who believe you can understand physics without understanding math. Reblax, don't. You're arguing with Titan, okay? Trust me, I've been there. It doesn't end well. My problem in this case, Timon, is that I've considered you to be like scientifically minded, which I like. The reason why I can give up on an argument with Titan, like why I'm capable, is because Titan is against science in most of them, which means I can accept giving up on that kind of argument because if someone is just, openly not even trying to be scientific or it's against science, that means you're not going to convince them with scientific means. However, I always thought of you as someone who was scientific, with a scientific mindset. And that is just simply incompatible, in my opinion, with you thinking that my argument is invalid and yours is valid without convincing me.
My scientific argument here is that neuroscience says that it is better for my mental health if I let it go. That's the science behind.
But you're not really letting it go. You're not really walking out like, oh, I guess I don't know. You're walking out still thinking that you are correct and I am wrong. And if you truly believe that, then you must have a reason for believing it. Like, you're not just believing it because of, I don't know, ego or something. You believe it because you have an argument. And the thing is, if you actually describe your argument, if you properly describe your argument with logic, then there must be friction between your argument and my argument. There must be something different. We can then find that difference and we can figure out who is correct.
All right. Okay. Okay. So what you wrote down here is
An equation for
Is
any
that-
arbitrary shape.
yes, and it is not incorrect. But it is out of the territory of our argument because what I'm saying is if we take for example a drag, just write the equation of drag.
I don't have it memorized, I'll be honest. I would need to check back on the...
All right. I didn't anyways, I just copied it from
Equation for
Wikipedia.
drag. Drag equation. There we go. It is 1/2 rho, I do believe that's the character. Just draw it as a P, whatever.
Yes.
U squared CDA.
That row is painful. Write it like a normal row.
I can't write it. I'm not used to writing them raw. This actually does, in this case, 1/2 U squared is, I think, the same reason why 1/2 in MV squared is there. I think in this case, this is the same reason. So if you want to say that the pattern is between these two, I can accept that.
We derived this equation, but it was 2 years ago, and I actually got the best grade from that subject, but
Congrats.
it was still.
The thing is, in
2
this
years
case,
ago.
this makes sense. That would be the same thing because this is mass density, and this is flow velocity. So I do believe there might be some connection there.
It's so difficult that I see what you draw only like a few seconds later, or maybe.
I can give you a stream on Discord to have it right away.
Wait, really? Okay.
So basically, both of these are masses. Both of these are velocities. Hence, I do believe that these are the same equation except for different applications.
Okay, wait. But you also have a constant that defines a shape, and a number that defines the size of the shape.
You have a reference area, and then you have the drag coefficient. So at the end of it, you have constants like this. Yes.
Okay. So I understand what I got wrong, and it's not what you said what I got wrong. I got something completely different wrong that you did not say. So, what I got wrong is that here it is velocity squared, which is nice, a variable. But when it comes to shapes, like in the circle, we have what we have squared is the
Radius.
wait, I didn't get wrong, because a is just r squared. If you have a is technically r squared or something squared, because it's area. It's it's meter squared. So it's something squared times that constant. So you can replace A with something squared.
Well, I mean, you don't quite can. A is the area
Yes, you
in this
can.
case, but it's the area of anything, which would
Yes,
mean we'd have to replace it with this equation.
but this case you can, because it doesn't matter what it is the area of,
Well, I
because
mean,
the
if
C
you,
takes care of it. So
I mean,
and the dimension is meter squared, just like the area of a circle. So you can actually replace it with something squared. So I thought I got something wrong, but actually I didn't.
you mean like this?
No, I mean that
Replace area of something squared. Okay, but what squared do you want to replace an area with? Or just any general constant?
How about I just open a whiteboard?
Alright.
How do I do that? Ah, you did that. How do I join? Ah, here it is. Alright, loading screen, yay. My whiteboard doesn't like my art, but for some reason. Oh jeez. Can you clean it, or I don't think we need this anymore.
Background. I can delete it and I can create a new one.
Okay, so we have why okay,
Make it. I just wanted to thank you for that Euler and imaginary numbers video. I get 100% of my imaginary numbers exam thanks to you. I'm glad I could help, Mark. I really am.
I doesn't like my art pad. What was the formula of drag? I can just Google it.
Rho u squared c d and a.
Rho, what
U squared.
U
And then c d and then... Hold on. Let me double check if I'm correct. Yep.
I can. Okay, but that's not what I wanted to. Bruh, never mind. Good enough. It can be something like d squared, because we can just treat it as a rectangle, or not rectangle, a square, because this right here takes care of it being any shape, so we can just treat it as a rectangle, and it has a, this is the,
Well...
yes, and I wanna write here, move this.
I mean, you
wanna
still
write
want to
here.
define the d, so... I mean, I can, but I'll have to put it
Yeah,
somewhere else.
it's not, it's okay that you write it, just it was in a bad place.
What is this equation for?
And area of something and I see. Okay, right now I see. And still, it's not something you pointed out, it's something I figured out of myself. So, for the pattern to hold, this should have been a 4, but it's a 2. That is why the pattern doesn't hold. If this was a 4, the pattern would hold.
You can ignore the drag coefficient if you want. You can just do kinetic energy and the area.
No, I accept my answer. I don't accept yours. I accept my answer. I accept.
Okay, but then one last thing. You wrote down the area of something. Do you have
Yes.
proof for that? That this is an equation for area of something?
Sure, I have a proof of that. Here.
What is that proof? If you could.
That we just treat as area of something exactly like this in physics. It's not an actual proof, but it is a proof enough that
It is not proof enough. It is in fact not, because in that case, let's say, okay, you have your equation, fine. Let me draw you a shape. Something really messy. Now, give me the area of the shape. I can give you a bunch of information if you want. I just need to know, because I'm assuming in order to get the area of the shape, what you need is the information about the R and information about the C. What is C, what is R? I will tell you the C and R of the shape, and you then will get me the area. So, what do you need to know about the shape?
C and R.
Okay, but what are they? Because, I don't know exactly what they are. You need to tell me what they are.
In physics, they literally measure this C with. They literally measure it with measurements. So.
Okay, but how do you measure the C then?
Like, and you see, they use air tunnels where they flow in a lot of air and put a lot of different shapes there, and there are barometers all around this shape, and
You know the
they
difference
just do it,
between-
and there's a literal jet engine involved.
You know what the difference between math and physics is? We had the conversation about math, about physics and chemistry, how there most of the time there isn't much of a difference. You know what the difference between a mathematical approach and a physical approach is?
Math doesn't involve jet engines.
The fact that in physics, if your experiment or if your results are different from your assumptions, that means you need to change your assumptions. In mathematics, if your result is different from your assumptions, that means your result must be wrong. If you solve an equation in physics and get the wrong number, it might mean that your assumptions are correct. In math, assumptions are always correct. That's why in physics, you do have these constants, which are meant to fix up the equation. So the reason why it doesn't work, the reason why this equation doesn't work in physics, if you just do F is equal to 1/2 rho U squared, the reason why, additional A at the end, the reason why this doesn't work in physics is because this is an imperfect equation. It is, just to simply put it, an approximation rather than equation. This shouldn't really be equal. This is proportional to rho, it's proportional to U squared, it's proportional to area. In order to create the actual perfect equation, I imagine it would be a much larger, you would need to account for everything. So what you do in physics instead is you add a constant that's meant to fix up the error. And that constant is just basically there to say, okay, we don't know what actual equation is, but we do know that it's proportional to the U, we do know that it's proportional to the rho, we do know that it's proportional to the area. We don't know what the equation is though. Hence, drag coefficient. In mathematics, you do not have that. In mathematics, if you actually create the actual perfect equation, you do not have a need for an error constant, because if you did have a need for that, you could achieve, an equation for anything if you want.
This is not an error constant. This constant is defined by a shape, and you could actually calculate that constant, but
you know how it is defined?
It would involve,
I can tell you how it's defined if you want. And you're gonna realize why it's problematic.
Alright, fine.
CD is equal to 2 FD divided by rho U squared A. That's the definition of the drag coefficient. Or in other words, it is the same equation.
Okay, how does this...
Well, it's because that's basically how it's defined. You take the equation, right? You check its
Yes.
error, you check how wrong it is, and then you set a constant to account for that.
Yes, but that constant is strictly dependent on the shape
I can
of
also
the
show you
object.
why you don't do it in mathematics if you want. Why this approach...
Go for it.
Okay, the reason why this approach is good in physics is because otherwise the alternative is to spend like years creating the perfect drag equation. In mathematics, however, if you do accept that approach, then your equation for A, for area, could just be 1 times B. And it would work for any shape. You just need to figure out what the B is. And the way you would define the B is you would define it as B is equal to A divided by 1. And that way you can see it's the same thing except the other way. That's why when you have equations like the circle, for example, the area of a circle, you have it as 1/2 pi, 1/2 rho. Well, actually, no, there's no need for a half, I suppose. Pi r squared. That's because in this case, this is not the error. We have pi defined in a way that is that makes the actual area irrelevant. So in this case, you need to know the drag in order to calculate the drag coefficient. In this case, you do not need to know the area of a circle to calculate the pi. Hence why throwing the drag coefficient is... And as you can see, you don't have that sort of thing in kinetic energy. And the reason why you don't have that in kinetic energy is because in kinetic energy, this is already about as good as it gets. You can still technically do better with relativistic equations, but for kinetic energy, you do not have error, basically. Hence why there is no need to add a constant. Hence why you only have 1/2, which is there due to integration rules. And that's why kinetic energy does not have a constant. That's why drag does have a constant, because the drag equation is imperfect. And that's why circle does not have a constant like that, because it doesn't need an error constant, because it is a perfect equation. Can you see how these constants are different, basically? How the 1/2 is different from a drag coefficient?
Yes, 1/2 is, but pi isn't. Or rather,
Pi
tau
is also different.
But yes, pi is, tau isn't.
Well,
Or tough before my mom comes back.
well, okay, did you just say that pi is, tau isn't?
Yes.
You do realize that tau is equal to 2 pi.
Yes.
So what makes tau different whilst pi is the same?
Pie is delicious.
Could you just say that tau is different? As in, tau isn't, in this case, a classical constant, whilst pi is a classical constant. So why does multiplying a constant by 2 all of a sudden make it not a constant? Or not a, mathematical constant?
It is a mathematical constant, it's just you can have the quote-unquote tau of any shape. Or the quote-unquote pi.
Okay, what is the tau? Alright, so define the tau for me then. Because maybe that's what I'm struggling with. Because the way I know the definition of tau is... Actually, you know what? Let's not go with my definition. I don't want to make up anything here. Let's go Wikipedia, because that's fine. And then let's do pi, simply because the article is a bit better and we can just multiply by 2. And the definition of pi. The definition of pi is approximately equal to 3.13, yeah. That is the ratio of a circle circumference to its diameter. That's your definition of pi. Tau would be, definition of tau would be bigger. Right here, I suppose, let's see if there's a chapter name definition just to make sure. Commonly used for deriving tau. So you also have formulas, there we go. You have the definition, you have this one, you have with an integral, you have a whole bunch of definitions. And tau is just twice that number. So, using those definitions, what would be the tau value for a square? Now, let me repeat that. The definition is ratio of a circle circumference c to its diameter d times 2. That's your
deliberately
definition.
said quote unquote tau, so you don't start to be too specific about it, but you did, and here we are.
Okay, you say quote unquote tau. So what is quote unquote tau then? Because you're defining it yourself. You're not going with the actual tau. You're making your own tau. So what is your tau then?
So I have this shape.
Right.
I have an area I can fit it inside. That is alright. This is let's draw it better. Like a square that is fits inside. It's no, not this letter. It's a R, and this is no. It's not an R. It's no. I mean. I don't have this Discord Bible is so stupid. Okay, so when you have a circle, I wanna go to sleep.
I mean, if you want to go to sleep, that's fine. But my next step will be to find contact info of some math professors, and I'm just gonna ask them this question. That would be my next step if you think this argument is really going nowhere. But then I don't know if those math professors would agree with me. I don't know if you would accept that.
Listen, if you wanna do this, I'm fine with that, but just please don't make it a math professor from my uni. I don't want you to embarrass me at my uni.
I mean, why? If you think you're right, it would be a pretty good look.
I just don't want you to set my uni on fire at all. You know what? Okay, you know what? If you come here, if you barge into my university, if you talk to a math professor there,
Make a
at least
post
I
on
get
the
to meet
internet
you.
somewhere. In Reblax, that will not help because you, Reblax, Remco, and a bunch of other people, you all already agreed with me. I clearly need someone of higher authority to convince Timon.
I think what I drew speaks for itself, though okay, it's a mess, but
So C, in this case, would be the scaling factor to scale down the shape?
Yes.
Alright, I do have one problem with this though. Right here you picked R as this square, right?
Yes.
I could not help but notice that if you went the other side, the square would be larger. Does that mean that there are multiple values of C for any given shape?
No, that means I cannot draw. I deliberately tried to, but yeah, I
So, okay,
failed.
so where's this point? Is it like the, what kind of center point is this?
The base point.
Yeah, but is it like the median of all distances, average of all distances? What kind of center? Because, you know.
The base point. There's a mathematical definition for base point.
Let me look it up then.
Okay, how about this deal? You just come here,
Okay, so
barge
in
into my
this case-
university, ask one of my professors, and I get your autograph, and everyone's happy.
Hold on, no, because that's the center of gravity, which is different. Weight point. Could you give me a weight point of a shape? You have like a website somewhere about it, because I'm only getting a type of shape or something. You can try Wikipedia. Wikipedia has only center of mass.
That. No, the center of mass is fine.
Yeah, but center of mass requires mass.
No, it does not.
Unless you assume that mass is uniform, I suppose.
Yeah, it's a mathematical thing to have to calculate the center of mass of a triangle, and we just call it center of mass because, yeah.
So just assume uniform mass, basically.
Yes.
Okay, now, you have that. Can you prove to me then? I suppose in this case, you're omitting proof in a very convenient way, because you're using C as that scalar again, which means that, okay, so R is, what is the R then? It is the distance from the weight point to what?
Like,
From the center of mass to what?
you have a, how do I navigate this whiteboard? I wanna draw in the corner and I wanna zoom in there, and I just can't if I don't zoom in and out like 1,000 times. So you have a blob.
Right.
You can fit it inside a square. Please pretend that it's a square. And the blob has a weight point. And this is our...
There is one problem with what you draw, though, with this kind of definition. Because if I draw a shape like this, then the center of mass would be somewhere around here. And if you fit it inside a square, absolutely massive square, then you can see that if you go to top right corner, it will be different than bottom left.
Okay. Okay, the center of mass wasn't the best. Okay, so not center of mass. Whatchamacallit, the thingy, you know what I'm talking about.
I'm genuinely, this is not me like trying to make you laugh. I genuinely do not know a method for getting like the center of a shape. Unless there is a center of the square you can fit it in. But
yes, exactly. That's what the weight point of the square you fit it in. Yeah, here you go. The weight point of the square.
In this case,
okay,
I
now
just.
I'm just going bananas.
But in this case, I don't quite see why would you need the r squared. Like the thing is, if this is your equation, right? Then why wouldn't we just say that? Here's the thing. You said that this is the size of the square, right? What if instead of having this size of a square, we make the square a little bit larger and make the c a little bit smaller? Why not? Equality would still hold.
Sure, knock yourself out.
Okay, now step 2 out of my 3-step method for showing you why there is a problem with this. If we can change the size of the square and equality would still hold, why wouldn't we make the square always equal to 1? Or actually 2 would be better, I suppose. and I don't know if you can see where I'm going with this. We can just always make it equal to 2 and then change the constant. I don't know if you can see where I'm going with this, or if I should finish off the problem. Because the problem in this case is that if you always have your square equal to 2, then the radius would be, or the r would be a 1, and in which case your equation could be simplified to a is equal to 1 squared times c, which would be just c, which is precisely what I mentioned at the bottom of the page.
Okay, at this point you said you wanted to get a math professor, and I said it shouldn't be from my uni, and then you asked why not, and I'm still stuck there, and now I want you to come here and ask one of my math professors.
I can message them.
Right here. No, I want you to come here, and
I don't have the money for that.
I can lend you the money.
Not for a train ticket, it's for a trip in general. That would mean like how many days without work?
You can just there are night trains. You just come here in one night, spend the day here, and then go back with another night train.
Yeah, precisely what I'm saying. That's 2 days without walking.
No, that's because you sleep through. That's only 1 day without working.
Okay, irrelevant. Doesn't matter. The point is, the equation you've came up with, you can simplify it to a is equal to c. That is your equation can be simplified to that. The r squared there is completely, it's basically unnecessary. There is no much difference between having r defined and having r just be always equal to 1, because you can rescale the square to whatever you want. So can you see how this definition of the area of any arbitrary shape basically translates to area of any arbitrary shape? Like in this case, the equation I've simplified to is area of any arbitrary shape is equal to its own area. What you said is that area of any arbitrary shape is equal to the area of a square multiplied by something that causes it to be the area. Because this constant is completely vague and completely like because this constant is completely vague and completely irrelevant to any actual physical or any mathematical concept, because of that, this constant could be anything. So this is basically the error constant between your area and between the area of the shape. And in that case, it can be anything, which makes the r squared unnecessary.
All right, I calculated it. How much money you would lose if you didn't work for a single day? I can give you that. That's like half a
I
bread.
don't see a point to it. I'm gonna go there, we're gonna have the same exact thing, and how is this going to be any different than this?
We'll have a math professor there.
So what? We've already had a math student and a physics student who both agree with me.
I'm also a physics student.
Well, I mean, yeah, but are you a math student though?
No, I am not.
And this is a math question.
It's partially a physics question because we can.
Physics is irrelevant. This might as well be 1/2 AB squared. The physics of it is irrelevant. We're talking strictly about equations. I don't know if you've noticed, but we haven't actually done any physical experiment, or we're not really thinking of it in terms of any physical experiments. We're just talking purely maths. Argument by authority, but the authority is me. It gives me imposter syndrome. It's you and Remco. The thing is, at this point in time, I'm having trouble believing that if I got a professor to agree with me, then you would just accept the thing. And that's not how it should work either. The problem is you've invented your own equation without proof. Then, after inventing that equation without proof, you've generalized it to a point of created a variable so vague that it makes the proof unnecessary, but at the same time it makes the equation worthless. And then you've tried to use that equation to connect that into a pattern somehow.
Listen, I've already said when we came to this 4-2 thingy that I was wrong. Already said it. It's just I'm not wrong because of your arguments, because your arguments still don't make it invalid. What made my argument is invalid is this 2-4 thingy here.
Well, that's not, because we can ignore the drag coefficient and we still have two parts, so we can ignore this completely. And do you still think that there's a pattern between these two?
But
we don't need the drag coefficient. Drag coefficient is completely unnecessary for this. There. Are you saying that now your argument is valid, that there is a pattern between kinetic energy and area of a circle?
Mark in the chat makes a very good point.
Just saying, but time and pays your bills make it. The day when someone giving me money will make me change my beliefs will be the day I'll stop being make it. If you want to pay me just to like stop being myself, then stop paying me. It's not gonna work.
Like, for the pattern to be there.
If you cannot find the constant without knowing the area, it's useless. Exactly what I'm saying, Pranav. That's actually, yeah, actually Pranav put it perfectly. So with your equation for a general shape, right? You have your shape, and you want to figure out the area. You cannot do it because in order to know the C, you need to know the area. So if I give you a shape like this, right, give you the center of mass, give you the square, give you the R, you still will not be able to figure out the shape because you will have no idea what the C is. Because in order to know the C, you need to know the area. This is different from circles because we know pi. We already know what it is. And we know the radius because you can just measure it. It's the radius, the distance from the center of a circle. In this case, it doesn't matter because the center of the circle is like symmetrical because everything. So the center is always the center. All centers are the same. Distance from the center to the edge, you get you the radius. Meaning you can get the area of a circle.
This argument still doesn't hold for the reasons I said, but I've already figured out in a very different way that I'm wrong. Isn't that enough for you?
No, because the way you figured it out is, well, the way you say you figured it out is because you, with the coefficient, right? But the coefficient is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. We can just black it out completely.
True. Or we can half it, and then you would get a. Oh my god! I can put this away. And then you can, if you half the coefficient, define it as half of it, and you can get 1/4, and you get back the thingy, and you can just make a pattern into this, and yeah. I can barely around, lol.
I'm getting flashbacks to arguing with Titan, honestly. I think right now, Timon, you feel how Titan feels whenever I argue with him.
Listen, I already said that there is no pattern here. You can write it on my gravestone if you wanna. But
just to make it clear, that we're talking about the same thing.
Still...
Are you saying that there is no pattern between these two equations? Hold on. 1/2 mv squared and area of a circle is equal to 1/2 tau r squared. Are you saying there's no pattern between these two equations?
I'm saying there could be. It's not as.
You see the problem, right? What you basically are doing there is you're trying to add the drag coefficient as a way to say, whoops, I guess the pattern doesn't hold for 3 different things, to just exit the argument.
Yeah,
You just so badly don't want to admit you are wrong. This is incredible.
I literally said it like 5 times. What do you mean?
No, because you are trying to actually wiggle out of actually admitting that you have been wrong about tau being a variable. You have been wrong about so many things.
No, I wasn't wrong about it. I said, how can you
said
accuse me
tau
of not admitting to being wrong when I literally said those exact words?
Okay, do you think that
3 times.
Do you think a tau is a variable?
No, tau is a constant, but
Then
you can
why did you
define
say that it was a variable in this equation?
because you can get a something like C or whatever that is different for any shape, and for a circle it happens to be tau.
How are you defining the tau then?
Just like Wikipedia said.
You're defining it as a 2 pi.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, if you define it as 2 pi, then what is it equal for the square? What is tau equal to the square? Because you mentioned 8, correct?
I don't know.
You can see that if you define tau as changing for each shape, and if you say that tau is basically, if you say that tau is equal to 8 for the square, right? If the actual definition of tau is 2 pi, then what you are basically saying is that 2 pi is equal to 8.
No, that's
2 pi
tau is a number.
is equal to tau.
Tau is
You
a
said
number.
that tau is equal to 8.
But I
Which means
literally
equal
did
to
not
8.
say that. Wait to twist my words. I said that there is a C, like if you go back here, my body is so damn hard to navigate. So if you're here, then I define the C, and if you have a circle, then C happens to be equal to tau, a number. Tau is just a number like 2 or 42 or whatever. It's a number.
So you're changing the definition of tau.
No, tau
Okay.
is a number. It's
Timon, one thing. I want you to accept that fact, okay? Tau is defined as 2 pi. Can you accept that?
yes.
Okay.
I never had
Then,
any problem with that.
Tau is defined as 2 pi, defined as. Alright?
Yes.
You do realize that when you say you can change tau, then what you're basically saying is that this equation holds. Because when you say that you can do something with tau,
Yeah,
that's factually incorrect, because that's not how it's defined.
That's not tau. Tau is a number. That's
Yes,
number
defined
like
as 2 pi.
or minus 3 or whatever.
No, it is not 2, it is not minus 3, it is 2 pi.
I know, because 2 isn't minus 3.
Then why are you saying
number.
that it's a number like 2 or like something? It is a number that's specific. It's not any number, it's a
2
specific
is
number.
specific. It's like 2 is a number. 2 is a number like minus 3.
Okay, then you
They're both
realize that
just
tau
numbers.
cannot change, correct?
Yes, I never said that it could.
Alright,
Jesus.
so you realize that it's constant.
It's a number. It's like
You said
2
it cannot
is a
change.
number.
You do realize that it
Square
cannot
root
changing is
of
equivalent to it being constant.
Square root of 200 is a number. These are just numbers. Just like numbers.
Yes, they are. That is correct. That's what we deal with math. However, we're not talking about any number. We're talking about tau. So let's get specific.
I know.
That's why
But
you said
here I
right
said-
now tau cannot change.
Yes.
Okay. So tau cannot change and is equal to pi, which means it will always be equal to 2 pi. Do you agree on that?
Yes.
Okay, great. So if tau cannot change and is always equal to 2 pi, then you do realize that with this equation, it will not hold for a square.
Of course, because you have tau in it. For square, you'd have to use the c that I
Exactly.
defined
Now,
here.
do you realize that
C.
this equation will only hold for a circle?
Yes, I'm not an idiot.
Okay, great, sweet. So now do you realize that when you get the area of a circle, right here you have a constant, right here you have a constant, right here you have a constant, right here you have a variable, right here you have a variable, right here you have a variable. Therefore, there is no pattern.
But if you don't take the area of a circle, you take something else, then you can't write tau there. You will have to write a c there, and then c is a variable.
Yes, and if a horse had a horn on it, it would be a unicorn. However, we're not talking about a function that doesn't exist or an equation that doesn't exist. We're talking about this equation. Because let me mention that again, you made up your equation. It has not been ever proven, it has not been ever defined. You made it up. So we're not talking about made up equations, we're talking about real equations. We're talking about equations like the area of a circle, which has been proven. So let's stop with the if, because I could do the same thing. I could say that, oh, what if mass doesn't actually exist? Then this equation would actually be 1/2 v squared. I could also say if to a whole bunch of stuff. But we're not trying to do if, we're trying to do what is. Okay? So, let's stop with the ifs about the equations don't exist, only equations that do exist. Is there a pattern between these two?
It can be
When?
when you define uh, when you don't use tau, you use c that happens to be equal to tau if
Did I
you're
write down
talking about
C?
a circle. I did not see what you wrote down
I
because
wrote down tau
I'm,
in this case, but this is tau.
yeah,
So, does
yeah,
the pattern
and
hold
if
for these two equations? Let me ask you
okay, but
again,
if
because
you just
the first time you
write
said if. We don't care
if
about
you write
if.
here one and you define m as 1 kilogram, then
However, did I
it
define
is.
m as 1 kilogram?
But it's not fair that you define one variable and you don't define another variable and then you just
It is fair
decide
because I
that.
did not define any variables. As much as I would like to take credit for it, I did not define tau to be 2 pi. You're the one who's trying to define something that isn't defined, Timon. I want you to realize that. Tau being equal to 2 pi is not my definition. Mass being equal to 1 is yours. So let's stop with ifs once again, okay? Let's stop changing the equation. Let's go with the equation that actually exists. Now, with this equation that actually exists, does the pattern hold for these two?
You are just blatantly saying that no, I will not listen to that argument, and you go rewind the entire thing a few minutes and ask the same thing again.
Your argument is changing the question I'm asking. That's why I'm not comfortable with it. That's the equivalent of me asking someone if they would like $100 and then them being like, oh, why $100? Why not 10,000? I would like 10,000. Like, you haven't actually answered my question. You've changed the question and answered your own question. So don't answer your own question, don't make up a new one, answer my question, which is, if you have these two equations, which, once again, not my definitions, if you have these two equations, is there a pattern between them? Do not change the equations I have given you, because I didn't change them. That would be unfair if you
But
did change them when I didn't. Don't change them. Don't say ifs about hypothetical scenarios that aren't actually real. Only answer the question of is there a pattern between these two equations?
the equations that you give me are already misleading.
Well, I mean, in what way? Because these aren't
In the
even
way
equations
I
that I'm giving you.
previously
These are the
said.
equations that we started with. These are the equations that originally all started all of this. Once again, I did not actually come up with these equations. They're not my equations. The original question was that there is a pattern between these two equations. So now, without changing the question, tell me, is there a pattern between them? I would like to mention that originally I didn't ask the question, and the person that asked the question wasn't asking about 1/2 1v squared. They were specifically specified m. Any m. They weren't talking about any specific object in mind, they were just talking about general equation for kinetic energy in classical mechanics, 1/2 mv squared. Therefore, is there a pattern between these two?
Yes, there is.
Okay, then what is that pattern?
I've already explained.
Well, when you changed the equation, you did, but without changing the equation, I would like you to explain.
I cannot.
Why not?
Because that is not how it works.
Well,
You define one in the first equation,
yes.
you define two variables. In the second equation, you could define two variables, but you're forcing one of them to be constant.
I am not forcing one of them to be constant.
By
Only
forcing
if you
it to be
look
a
up.
circle, you're forcing it to be a constant.
Yes, that's because the question was about the area of a circle. I could make the same argument if you want. I could say that you are forcing this equation to be kinetic energy. Why are we not talking about potential energy? I could do the same thing. If you
Then
want
do
to.
it.
Alrighty
Do
then.
it.
Do you think there is a pattern between these three equations? You see how easy it is for me to invalidate your point if I just bring up an additional equation that is unrelated, or if I change up the equation. That is unfair. That's why instead I would rather just talk about the equations that it all started with. Not additional equations, not different equations, not something unrelated, only kinetic energy and area of a circle. Not area of general shape, because that's not what it started with, only area of a circle.
But if we started with something that was vaguely defined, you can just make a more solid definition.
It was not. It was in relation to my video in which I specified that it was the area of a circle. It was not vaguely defined. I defined it quite rigorously, in fact. I specified that pi is a constant in that video. I specified that r is the radius. I specified everything I could. It was very much not vaguely defined.
At this point, I'm not even sure what we're arguing about.
Well, what I'm arguing about, and what you're arguing is that I'm wrong in this case, is that when you take the energy, kinetic energy in classical mechanics, and area of a circle, I'm saying that there is no pattern between these two equations. They look similar because they've been made to look similar, but there is no actual pattern between them. What you're saying is that I am wrong. You've given many reasons. One of them was that tau is a variable. Another is that mass is a constant. Yet another one was that if you define some more stuff, or if you change the definitions. However, I am not interested in changing the definitions. I am not interested in philosophical discussions about changing the meaning of constants and variables. I am interested in what we started with, which is kinetic energy and area of a circle, and if there is a pattern between them. So, is there a pattern between them?
Is it possible that you just drop it for a few days and then we come
Absolutely
back to
not.
it? Like, you can quote me on this in 2 days.
It isn't really possible for me, no. However, if the thing is, if you do find it unbearable that I cannot drop it, then Well, I did buy you Minecraft, your Patreon money, which means that if you unsubscribe right now, it wouldn't be much of a loss for you.
I I wouldn't unsubscribe. Like no.
But the
like,
thing is, it is not gonna be a pleasant experience for you.
I
I
wasn't
did,
thinking.
but as I did mention, the thing is, the main reason why I use Patreon is as a filtering process. And to say, I really don't want to be mean because I don't like it when arguments get mean. So I don't mean it in a way to be mean. This is just brutal honesty in this case. I am just disappointed right now.
Listen, the reason I asked for us to come back in a few days because then I have more time to think whatever you said through. Like I'm not trying to. I understand that you want
The
to
thing
finish
is,
it,
one
and
day when you get back to it, you will look back on your argument that tau is a variable and your argument that mass is a constant. And then you will realize just how absurd that is. You could even look
listen.
back on this specific stream and you will realize just how direct and specific my question is.
Listen, I understand. I understand the respect that you don't want to drop it, and
Make it chill.
I
I'm not mad. I really am disappointed though. This is not me trying to be mean. I just genuinely am disappointed.
listen. I'm not trying to be anti-scientific, and like, listen. If you just give me a few days to just think it through, and
Okay, but can I define everything extremely in depth so that you would just to make sure that you will not misunderstand anything? Can I just define
Sure.
everything in as much rigor as I can to make sure that we will then be able to point out if you're trying to change the question? The question is that when you have equation for kinetic energy, because that's what we started with, right? Which is the classical kinetic energy, of course. This is not relativistic, which is 1/2 mv squared. And an equation for, once again, not area of any general shape, area of a circle, which is right here. There we go. Defined as 1/2 tau r squared, with tau being defined as 2 pi, and even further, Wikipedia, with pi being defined as this integral right here. Just to make sure we have a complete definition. Going from -1 to 1, fraction of dx divided by s squared t, 1 minus x squared. And then with mass being m is was the character with sets. LaTeX number is real number, or not real number, only number is in a set of real numbers. I don't remember how the character is. Of mathematical symbols. Positive numbers, I guess, but it doesn't matter. Hi, the boo. Haven't seen you in a while. How you doing? Set membership. In. That actually makes a lot of sense. With mass being in real positive numbers, not quite the same rule, but so on, with because you cannot have negative mass, with velocity being in real positive numbers because you cannot have negative velocity, and with radius being in positive numbers because you cannot have negative radius, with this being just to really make sure that there are no misunderstanding, meaning positive real numbers. Those are the facts, and the question is there a pattern between these two equations? Just wanted to write it down as much as I could, as clear as I could, reduce the ambiguity completely.
Perfectly fair, and I promise I will look into it in more depth, and I will come back to you with something.
Okay. Alright then. I'm going back to video making. I'm gonna keep this document just in case. Well, I guess it's on stream, so it doesn't really matter. I can just get back to it. What's the next part of the script? Next part of the script is red represents a lot of electrons, blue represents not a lot. Right, I was trying to figure out how to get the color based on the scale, because that's the system I've set up for it, where if scale is on the x-axis, if scale on the x-axis is greater than 1.5, which means if we do this, then it suddenly switches. Oh, that's such a lovely system. And y changes the magnitude. This is amazing. Okay, great. So increase this a bit with y. What's the pattern? You define the pattern. Oh, Litom, actually. Well, should we define the pattern? I mean, yeah, I guess let's add the pattern to it as well. The pattern when I asked you was... I'm actually gonna take the actual quote that you agreed on to make sure that there's no misunderstanding. Am I right? Am I wrong? There we go. That's the pattern. In general terms, it would be, I wrote that down too, F is equal to 0.5 cx squared, where f 0.5 multiplied by a constant, which is c, then multiplied by a variable squared, which is x squared. There we are.
Oh, wait. Can you please go back and just zoom in a little bit so I can screenshot it?
There we go. Hold on, because you're in the corner. There.
I'm still in the corner. All right, okay. Stream was just late. All right.
You need to define what is a
Thank
pattern.
you.
We actually already have, Lee. This is a pretty, as about as rigid of a definition as it gets. You have 0.5 multiplied by a constant, which is then multiplied by a variable squared, x squared in this case. There we are. 120 represents all electrons. Blue. Red represents a lot of electrons, so it's something like this. 650. 650 would be actually a lot. Let's do 630. I'm gonna have to this to come in. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun for rendering. certainly.
Also, can you specify one more thing?
What is it?
Why? What is the exact reason you're disappointed?
I'm disappointed because in this case I have shown you different models, different mathematical, like for each and every single one of them, I have given you a mathematical method to do stuff, and honestly, your equation for area of any shape was the clear sign to me that you were not really arguing for the sake of finding out what the truth is, only for the sake of winning the argument. That's because you have changed up the reason why you think I am incorrect over the course of the argument. So you started with it there being 0.5 and a square, which was meant to be a direct sign of double integration. Then when I said that it's integration, you said that, oh yeah, so it's integration, but then I mentioned that for the kinetic energy, you need to integrate it twice. For circle, you can only integrate it once, which means that's not why it's there. Then when I said that, when Remco mentioned the second, the Taylor expansion, then you've changed that to be the reason why I'm incorrect. Then when we went on, when I shown you that that's not the reason, you've changed up your reason for why I'm incorrect to tau being a variable, or rather first mass being a constant. Then when I've tried to explain that's not how variables work, they cannot be constant, you've tried to convince that tau is a variable, and you've tried to create an equation. And basically every single time you've completely changed up the method for trying to prove me wrong, which is a clear indicator to me that it doesn't really matter to you why I'm wrong. All that matters is that I am wrong, and that is why I'm disappointed.
Okay.
Because being wrong in science is not something to be avoided. It's an inevitability at some point. And if you consider being correct as a win, I don't like it.
No, that's perfectly understandable. I believe that there were a few misunderstandings. So
that's why I try to define everything as strictly as possible. Hence why the dots.
No. Previously, that for example, when you brought up the Taylor expansions, and Remco said, and I agreed with that, I actually don't know how any of these are Taylor expansions. I was whenever I mentioned Taylor expansions, those were in times when I did not consider to be part of the argument. So after yesterday when I said I'm done, and before today when you convinced me to join back in, those were I wasn't that wasn't something that you should have taken seriously. About the constants and variables, I honestly I said that you can have, if something's like, I don't, maybe there is a better definition for constant and variables than whatever I use, but in this case mass can be both a constant and a variable, and we have treated it as such in class at uni, both as a constant and a variable. We treated mass both ways. That is why, yes, and I never treated tau as a variable. I treated like something that I later defined as C to be a variable, that if you have a circle, then C happens to be tau. So I wasn't actually changing my arguments. I was just trying to grasp it from different ways, and sometimes I tried to be funny and said something like apparently Taylor exception. Yes, yeah, sure, that exactly. But those were just me trying to be funny. So yeah, and on top of that, I have already, although I take that back because after all, I'm not sure about that, but for a strong few minutes, I did believe that I was wrong, and then I said it like 3 times that I was wrong.
The problem for me is that for every single time you said you were wrong, you can replay on the stream to see that it was every single time. Before saying that you are wrong, you have specified, I am wrong, but that is not for the reason you were saying. Which just goes to the list of reasons that I believe you were not actually honestly arguing. Because a person who is wrong, because to me it just seems like a double standard. Like, maybe you're right, maybe the thing you said about Taylor Swift was a joke. I just didn't see it as a joke, and to me it just seems like a double standard when, you know, you don't quite care for the reason why you are correct, but if you are incorrect, then you do care for the reason why I am correct. Which, once again, if I turned out to be correct, but my reasoning is wrong, then I am still wrong. However, I just simply do not believe that my reasoning is wrong simply because constants are defined as being constant. That is, we have a specific number associated with them, a specific value. Variables do not have that specific value. Instead, they have a range of values they can be. That is a clear line and distinction, which is always the case. As I mentioned, constant variables being over every single application of the function, which means that equation for kinetic energy includes any possible object, because it's kinetic energy. Kinetic energy of a specific box does not include every specific value in existence, because that box has a specific mass, probably specific velocity as well. However, in that case, on the very beginning, the question was kinetic energy, and it was 1/2 mv squared. The m would not be an m if it was talking about a specific object. And also the question would be really odd if it was talking about a specific object, because there was no context for specific object, just kinetic energy. Hence why I defined it as 1/2 mv squared and not 1/2 5 kilograms v squared or something. Is this a philosophy stream or electronegativity? If you can't tell, it does not even matter. It's an electronegativity video. Although I do have to say, Santosh, great eye that you've realized it as, well, I guess it does, it's an electronegativity, never mind. For a second, I forgot that the text was there, and I thought that you just realized it's electronegativity due to the graph, and I was so happy, and my graph was this self-explanatory, but no, it's the big electronegativity text is the giveaway, isn't it? I think eating makes me happy. I'm just happy. How happy I'll make it. Actually, happy. Speaking of, Hydra happy. I'm always glad when new people join on stream. Magazine Science channel, not the philosophy channel. 2 rights for left there, mate. But the thing is, that's the pickle with philosophy, isn't it? When Tefta joined on the stream, it was fine. Because it always depends on... That's, as I mentioned, my problem with philosophy isn't the philosophy. My problem is the fact that you cannot even have a problem with the philosophy, because there is no such thing. And honestly, I am so glad that we got into philosophy like that, because it's such a perfect example. Both Titan and Tefta are interested in philosophy, right? We don't have any formal way to check if they are interested in philosophy. So in this case, taking the fact that they both say they're interested in philosophy is good enough. And yet they have wildly different concepts of what philosophy is. Titan thinks that experimental evidence does not matter in philosophy. Tefta says that it's crucial, which is about as far away as you can be. Well, and that's both from people who say they are interested in philosophy, who have wildly different definitions of it. Which is why I think it's a nothing burger. It's a perfect way to describe it, a nothing burger. It's so vague, has too many definitions that no one can even realize what it actually is. And therefore, when you say that you're doing philosophy, to me, it seems like you could be doing anything. You could be thinking about clouds, meaning of life, or just solving a math problem. Or you could be eating as well. You could do anything. It all depends on how you define it, which is the entire pickle. So ideally, I wouldn't have a problem with philosophy if it was properly defined. It is not, though. As I mentioned, the only two options right now are to retire the word or to redefine it completely. It's just a mess. Tefta's right, so was I. We didn't say anything contradictory. Titan, you said that evidence is not required for... Or actually, you said that philosophy is science without the evidence. I do believe that's exactly what you said. Meaning that in order to define philosophy, you need to lack evidence. Tefta said that evidence is crucial. So this is about as contradictory as it gets. I don't know what could be more contradictory, to be honest. One person saying that you need evidence and the other person saying that you can't have it. It's about as far as you can be on the spectrum of how important is evidence. There's been math and philosophy, which is that math gives me dopamine. Fair point. You see, that's the thing though, Reblax. I get why you're doing math and not physics, to be honest, because physics doesn't have quite the same ring to it. Like, it still gives you dopamine, serotonin, adrenaline, all these nice things, but it's not enough. You just become an addict. That's why you need alcohol in physics. Also, one thing though, Reblax, which I do have to say, is that you are oddly against physics. Did something happen? Why are you this much against physics? Oh, that's how it was supposed to be. Oh, I was getting the wrong one. There we go. I'm a genius for thinking that way.
Quickly, I just wanted to ask, then I'll drop it for a few days. Is there any other reason why you believe that I was anti-scientific and was only arguing for the sake of argument? Because if
I don't think you were arguing for the sake of argument. I think you were arguing for the sake of winning. And that is why. That is the reason. I just think you didn't quite care about what the actual answer was, and you cared more about winning the argument, which I do not respect in any way. It's the same thing as, like, well, I don't want to get too political controversial or whatever, but it's like Ben Shapiro level, which means you're not actually arguing for the sake of reaching a conclusion, changing your mind, stuff like this. You're arguing to say that you've won, which arguments should not be even won or lost in the first place.
Yes, I completely agree with that, and like that is why I because arguments.
The thing is,
I agree with everything you said. That is why I wanna make sure that I don't that I either don't first of all, most important thing, I want to make sure that I don't do this and I avoid doing this and stuff. And the other thing I want to make sure is that people don't think I do this when I don't, and that is why I'm asking, because
I mean, that's fair. I understand, because I could be wrong in this case. You could actually genuinely have an argument there. I could be wrong, but that's why I'm saying that's what it feels like to me. You didn't say without. I really meant is lack of emphasis or use. Yeah, but Tefta said it's crucial. That's not like a lack of emphasis or use. That's required. That's the equivalent of saying, you can't have philosophy without evidence, which I agree with. If you need evidence to do philosophy, then I'm all for philosophy. That sounds like science to me. I'm all for it. That's great. But you're saying that it's lack of emphasis or use, but the thing is, thinking without evidence is pointless and dangerous. What's more than that? If you think about evidence, then you will not even have to check if you're correct. I know I bring that example really often, but it's so fitting. It's Nazi, basically. When basically they've tried to justify why they are genetically superior, and all the science was like, no, you're not genetically superior. But they went with it anyway. And then what you said, Titan, about convincing others was just horrifying. The truth should be always be the reason for arguments. Proving personal superiority is always bad. The thing that's really nice about science, Sanska, the thing that I really like about science is that you can be really intelligent, wrong, and people will still know that you're really intelligent. That's what I really like about science. You don't need to be right to be a good scientist. What's more, if you look in the past, most great scientists end up being wrong. Even more, they most of the time end up being wrong more than right. That's the beauty of science. You don't need to be right to be intelligent. You can be wrong. All that matters is the reasoning behind your argument. So, okay, a trivial example, a cartoonish one. But if you are a scientist and if you develop an experiment, you could get a false positive like 700 times in a row. Extremely unlikely, but possible. And if you do get a false positive 700 times in a row, then your conclusion will be completely off. But it doesn't matter. If your reasoning was sound, then you still were incredibly intelligent to even perform that experiment. And then, even though your conclusion is completely wrong, you still are an incredible scientist. In philosophy, you don't take an effort to experimentally verify your arguments. I know, Titan, you've said that, but that is not philosophy, that's your philosophy. I will not accept that as the philosophy. That's the problem, because both Titan and Tefta are interested in philosophy, but they're so wildly different. You want me to ask Tefta right now if he agrees with your comment? I can if you want me to. I mean, because just also, what do you mean don't take effort to experimentally verify your arguments? If you don't take an effort to experimentally verify your arguments, then a featherless chicken is a human. Titan, I just can't. Listen, buddy, you are openly going against science, which is honestly, this is so funny because most of the time when people go against science, they're trying to hide it. Most of the flat earth anti-vax arguments aren't really that science is wrong, only that there needs to be more science done on the topic. It's weird to have someone who's openly saying that philosophy is better and science is wrong. It's just wild. Hi there, stay hydrated. Hi. Speaking of, I'll have a drink. Can't do this shit sober, honestly, it's philosophers, man. I get it why. Honestly, I don't think philosophers drank that much wine. I think that was all for the people who had to listen to them. Delish. Alright. Titan, I am done with you. I am done. I'm not doing this for the 7th time in a row. At some point, if you were actually trying to be scientific, I would indulge you, but I am done with you. Vanish thee. Mods, kill him. No. Kill Titan. Dox him. Set his house on fire. Chemistry department, drugs, philosophy department. And I get better from being sick. This thing now, wherever I try to make any art, I have an existential crisis. Oh, why? Boo, would you like me to postpone the... Because as I mentioned, I can make the video without the intro. If you're having that, it's fine. I can do it. It's chill. I haven't even finished the script yet. Speaking of, I should have probably asked Tefta. Tefta, like to join in on stream. Let me think about my schedule. Would that work? Yeah, that would work, I think. Oh fuck, is it that late today already? Please, I was supposed to go to the shops.
Are they closing soon?
Well, in 4 hours, but I don't know how long this live stream is going to be. I've only been streaming for 3 hours. 7 is at this point on the table. Hold on. I have to make a text. I'm trying to riz up a fanboy, as kids these days would say. It's really tedious, honestly.
Who's the fanboy?
Oh, that was private stuff, you know. I'm munching flatbread right now. I can quit whenever I want. Philosophy, I don't know about both science and philosophy. I have no idea about term and debate, but when I study science, I expect truth, and when I study philosophy, except euphoria. The problem, Sanska, with philosophy, as I keep repeating myself, there is no philosophy. There's no such thing as the philosophy. That's because philosophy has become vague over the years. Make it. What's your favorite day of the week? I am at that stage of my life. Like, the thing is, when that's something that's unbelievable for people who go to schools or work or do anything of the sort. But the thing is, right now I'm doing YouTube full time, and I have been doing freelance work for a really long time. And so I don't even remember when was the last time I actually differentiated between different days of the week. To me, it's just a day. That's it. It's a day of the week.
What?
That's how I think of it.
What do you mean? What? Sanskar. What?
No, Sanska, no. Unfortunately not. Mickey seems to be a perfectionist, that's why he can't accept philosophy or his definition. Titan, why should I accept your definition over a definition of philosophy of any other person?
Wait, did you just say unfortunately?
You know what? Who said that? Titan, you know what? I'm done with you, Titan. Happy birthday, make it. Oh, thank you, stay hydrated. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, someone finally remembered. Yeah, the shops will be open for a fair bit longer. It's fuck me, it's a Saturday. Speaking of not remembering days. Yeah, the shops are closed tomorrow. Well, pickle my peaches. I have an app for the shop nearby me so I can check where it's closing. Okay, never mind. I have like 5 more hours, it's fine.
You don't need to say sorry. I can get. Don't worry about it.
Make it, are you finally treating philosophy like religion? No, I feel like, no, that just seems risky. But I feel like it's just... Philosophy is more of a mindset, in my opinion. It's a vibe. It's more of a vibe than an actual thing. Make it go buy coffee. The shops will be closed. I'm not even drinking coffee. Last cup of coffee I had was days ago. Did make it forget his own birthday. It actually happens to me. I really do forget when my own birthday is. I don't really celebrate my own birthday. I don't know. Philosophy heavily guides my reviews. Chili, as I mentioned, my problem with philosophy is that there is no consistent definition of philosophy. Which means what you consider to be philosophy will not necessarily be what other people consider to be philosophy. That is my problem with philosophy. I'm repeating myself. I'm done with this. This time for real. I never remember when my birthday is. Yeah, exactly.
During COVID, I forgot my own name day.
Name day? What's name day?
It's something that Hungarians and French have. It's is that if there was a saint or a saint with similar name who has a
Oh yeah, we have that in
day,
Poland as
like-
well. I have no idea what my name day is. No clue. I don't even know if I have a name day.
Everyone has. Oh, then you have it. Okay. It's almost as big as birthdays here in Hungary.
My problem with chess is that am I about to start this again? I don't want to, but I have a really good comeback.
I wanna hear that comeback.
Because Titan said that my problem with chess is that it doesn't have a constant definition. I never use chess. And my comeback would basically be to look up a picture of a boat and say, oh yeah, I guess we can't define chess. Look at that. Look at those lovely chairs. That would be my comeback because it's a boat and everyone knows that's a boat, not a chair. And the whole point is that philosophy is so vague that, people don't even... So even though we don't have an extremely strict definition of what the chair is, we still have definitions of what makes a chair, and definition of philosophy is so vague that it actually spills over into other branches. So yes, chairs still do have a definition. Have a good stream, everyone. Enjoy your birthday, make it. Thank you. Stay hydrated.
Did Titan just remain from the times when you used to do philosophy videos?
I've never done philosophy videos.
You have one about meaning. That's quite.
I don't consider that a philosophy video. I consider that I don't know, self-help video. I don't know what to call it, or just help video. It's not really self-help video. It's just help video.
Yeah, at the end it turns into that, but it starts out as philosophy. You define.
I don't know.
Meaning
I don't consider
meaning
to be part of philosophy. Like, the thing is, meaning is something we made up. I think meaning is more like psychology, if anything. Maybe like societal psychology. That's what I would consider the concept of meaning to be part of. Because when you define meaning, it's different for different people. Like, my video about meaning, like, does meaning have a meaning? I like that video a lot because in that video I've mentioned, I think, a hammer. So what is the point of a hammer, right? What is the meaning of a hammer? Well, I mean,
you mentioned a screwdriver, actually.
Oh, a screwdriver. Sorry. Yeah, that you can use it to screw in screws, but like that's not actually what is constrained to be used. You can use it as a bunch of other things. You can use it to kill a person if you want to. Would you say then that a screwdriver is a killing device? Well, it all depends on sort of for psychology and societal influence, culture and linguistics and etc. etc.
No, I want to kill someone with a screwdriver, just for the fun of it.
Makes sense of fundamental levels. Math. Do math. Math is good. Math makes me happy. Reblax, I feel like we need to cure your aversion to other fields of science, Because I feel like if you really got into different fields of science, I feel like you would like them. Maybe not something abstract like biochemistry, organic chemistry, so on and so forth, but I feel like you still would really like either theoretical physics or just really advanced physics. Like, I get why you wouldn't exactly enjoy engineering, for example. I get that, because it is pretty far off from just pure mathematics. But I'm extending my constitutional right to pursue happiness, you science communist. No, you will do physics! Make it loves killing people with screwdrivers. Don't spill my secrets. Nothing is still actually negative. Okay, so both of these have to piss off. So 1,700. Like this. And push both of these away. Push this one away. And push this one away. If I push it too far, will the other one spill over? No, I am... Oh my goodness, I've done such an amazing job with these geometry now. It's incredible. Honestly. Damn it, I've made these geometry nodes at my old place, actually. It just hit me. That's how long ago I've made them.
Whoa.
Yeah. Even chemistry is abstract. Oh no, I mean like level of abstraction. I see how that... Okay, I see where the problem happened, really. I get what you mean, because chemistry is very much not abstract in like mathematical abstract sense. But what I mean by layers of abstraction is that when you have, I always imagine it as like a cone of science, basically. Well, actually, as an exclamation point, that would be better. Where basically you start with physics, and in physics, in theoretical physics especially, you deal with like the most basic of axioms, right here. Then you have more applied like quantum physics and so on, where you use these to create the concept of particles. Then you have physical chemistry, where you use these concepts, you abstract them into atoms. Then you abstract these atoms into molecules of inorganic, organic. Yeah, exactly. I do get that what I said was incredibly confusing, because I'm pretty certain in the same line of sentences, I've referred to abstract math and abstraction at the same time, which would be confusing. And then the point would be just mathematics, which can be actually separated, because it just starts with different axioms than physics. Like right here are the axioms of physics, which we can still influence, but right here we make up our own. Theoretical physics is just math for weaklings that need the copium. That what they do is real, and says not me, or math, but don't wars. Actually, no, but genuinely, Reblax, I know you're probably joshing right now, but genuinely, doing extremely theoretical physics is so much fun, because you have a result, right? You have a result that your theory needs to fit. You just don't know the mathematical theory. And it's honestly phenomenal. It's so much. It's something that, or maybe I just haven't done enough math. That also might be it. That's a possibility. But it's something that I at least haven't seen in math. Like in math, you start with the basic assumptions and then you work your way up to conclusions, which have to be consistent. In theoretical physics, you just go the other way around. I think it's also done in math. Yeah, I mean, that's possible. Maybe I just haven't seen it. You are right. But what I mean is that, you start with something and then you check you just build up a theory and then you check if it's consistent in math. Whilst in physics, you have this arrow and then you want to connect it. And then you want to create everything around it in a way that's actually simple and consistent. And it's really lovely. So, reason is famous because he invented new objects that were right ones to consider, and that revolutionized everything. Okay, but there is one more thing that's really nice about theoretical physics, Roblox, and that is that you have complete mathematical freedom. So I know that this also happens really often in mathematics, but I'm trying to sell physics to a mathematician. Of course, I'm just gonna mention things that happen in mathematics. Basically, so for example, when they were coming up with why there are so many elementary particles, the problem of proton, neutron, so on and so forth, then basically, like, there is no restriction for the model you create. You could create a model for why there are so many of them, using groups, using sets, using linear algebra, using geometry, using calculus, using fucking knot theory, okay? And I get that happens in math a lot, but as I mentioned, I'm selling physics to a mathematician. Make it drawings out of context would be funny. I mean, yeah. That's not even the weirdest one. I've done weird in the past. There is no restriction except that it must fit the data. Data I don't really care about. Yeah, but okay, but Reblax, the alternative there is that it doesn't have to fit the data. And in that case, what are you doing? I mean, like, you do realize that's the only restrictions that has to fit the data. If you remove that restriction, then you can say whatever you want. You can say that particles are just spaghetti sauce or something. So I get that might be a weird exception, but it's the only one at least. That's pretty good. In math, you don't have that restriction. Oh yeah, I mean, you don't have that restriction, but you still have restrictions in math.
I think the best part about physics is like when you learn it, you get through so many calculations and so many things, and then you just walking to take the tram at home, and you just look at it and see the differential equation that is behind the tram stopping, and it's just so amazing.
Yeah, when I got that too. When right now basically I use that was a mad thing that happened to me a while back ago, like months ago, when I was trying to figure out how an animation should happen in Blender, and in my head I imagined the graph of the animation that would look good, and my line of thinking was that that graph, the derivative of that graph was going lower, which means that the second derivative had to be constant in the negative. I think that was my line of thinking, and it's honestly to me incredible. I still haven't made that video. I want to make a video about math, how basically the reason why that a lot of people complain about how they don't use advanced mathematics or advanced physics in their day-to-day life, but in reality it's more of a skill issue. If you can't use advanced physics and advanced mathematics in your day-to-day life, that doesn't mean it's useless. That's a you problem. That means you just don't understand it well enough to use it. I use integrals and derivatives on a daily basis at this point, because I just really like them. They're really convenient tools.
People say about this in chemistry too, and I'm just sometimes when I cook, I just quickly think about the chemical reaction that works, and I cook accordingly. And there are just a few cooking things that no one taught me. I just figured out because I learned chemistry. And if you think chemistry is useless,
I mean, okay, chemistry is much easier to sell because, you know, chemistry, that is something that is way more obvious to a lot of people. The sodium chloride is salt, for example. It's a lot more obvious.
Yeah, but
advanced physics is a lot harder to sell because you have, you know, a nabla, for example. Nabla, which is terrifying the more you learn about it, but it's just hard to sell. Maybe I'm blind, but what are you gonna do? Give me brain surgery to make me like stuff? No, I want to convince you. I want to convince you because I feel like you would really like it, Roblox. And the thing I was going to say is that in mathematics you still have a lot of restrictions. It's just that the reason why I like advanced theoretical physics is because it's just refreshing to see restrictions the other way. Maybe not everyone likes it, I get it, but it's just something that I haven't seen in math. So for example, in math you still have restrictions, right? 1 + 1 still equals 2. It has to equal 2. It always equals 2. However, in physics, it goes the other way around. So, in math, if you have a defined operator, you operate it on a function of x. If you have it defined, you get back a function of g. In physics, however, you just have a function of g, and then that's your restriction. In mathematics, it's this side. In physics, is the other side, and you have the function of g, and then you just invent out of nowhere, just put out of your ass, the equation f of x, and then you just invent the operator O. And it's just great because it feels really simple and explained this way, but then when you realize that your theory has to be consistent with everything, you realize how difficult and how creative you have to be. So if I'll buy it in French with that added poison damage. I'm adding it there. Of course I am. There we go. Physics is more popular than chemistry? I wouldn't say so. There is no difference between physics and chemistry, Gemma. There really isn't. Like, math and physics, I get it, because it's a much clearer line between math and physics. Simply because, are you talking about something... or actually, are you doing an experiment? I would say that's a good enough line already. If you're doing an experiment, then you're doing physics. If you're doing a thought experiment and stuff like these, then you're doing math. I think the reason why you don't get it, you haven't done proofs yourself. Proofs can be incredibly creative. Oh, I know, but Reblax, no, I do get it. What I want to make clear is that what I'm saying is that I am trying to sell physics to a mathematician. So that's why I'm bringing up the things in physics that are the most like math. So I get that, I know that proofs in mathematics are incredibly creative. My point is that in physics, it is just as fun. The only difference is that you go the other way. So you start with the data, and then you need a theory to fit the data.
Maybe in my experience, physics was always easier to sell because they start with the calculating velocity and the calculations related to that, and everyone has traveled in their life, so they can relate to that. But in chemistry, a lot of people say, "Okay, I know salt is NaCl. What now? How do I use it?" So I think physics is easier to sell. Like that's my
I
experience.
just really don't like when people fight over this with chemistry versus physics versus math, because there's so
Yeah.
when you actually do them, if there is a way, at least that's how it works for me. When I do science, there is a way to achieve like a Zen state where you stop actually caring what kind of science you're doing, and in that Zen state, you really just forget if you're doing physics, chemistry, math, it doesn't matter. And then you realize just how the approach is always the same. The only thing that changes is the where you are applying the approach. My brain cares less about how a ball falls down than how about primes are distributed. I must be insane, I guess. I mean, I feel like you're just modeling it a certain way. I mean, listen, Reblax, if you cannot model a ball falling down using prime distribution, skill issue, I guess. Was it like a millennium problem or something? Skill issue. Listen, Remco is already trying to get the Nobel Prize for me to. If you want me to, actually, wait, no, I'm a mathematician. You wouldn't exactly drink. If you want me to do Adderall with you, okay, then you're gonna have to solve the millennium problem. Like, is primes the millennium problem? I don't know. Even math people have wildly different approaches. Oh no, that's not what I mean. The approach I'm talking about is basically just the scientific one. As in, you know, you must have a creative hypothesis and you must prove it. I am generalizing, oversimplifying here, fair point, but like that's the approach. And to me, that's the fun of it. A chair is still a chair when no one sits there. is Greg only on stream when no one observes? How many people are gonna get that reference? Boy, that's an old reference at this point. I guess, except that you don't really do experiments in math, but I see what you mean. Yeah, but listen, Reblax, that's precisely why you have people like Flame or Remco, okay? You let them do all the experiment stuff they want, you know? You just let them have their fun, and you just do the math. Doing experiments, actually, it's actually beautiful how different people are interested in these things and how nicely it works together, because there are a lot of people. Isn't Remco doing theoretical physics? Yes, that is true. Remco would be much closer to actually doing math than doing this kind of experiments. But there are a lot of people who really like designing experiments, but really don't like doing the math afterwards. Because designing experiments is still pretty difficult. It's really difficult, in fact. You need to, well, it's not even an engineering problem. Really often it's a scientific one. Math and computer science are more so interconnected. Computer science is just math, yeah. The thing is, computer science is like game theory. It's math, except you use it for computers. Game theory is math, except you use it for games. I don't blame them. It's not like I like the math we did in physics. Fair point. Yes, that's why computer science isn't a science. Chili, I get that your name Chili, but hot take.
No, I agree. I like science. I don't like working with computers. So that's the baseline. If I don't like it, it's not science.
Anyone I don't like is wrong. I like the mindset. That's a great mindset. More people should have that mindset. That's one of the rules on Discord, if I'm not mistaken. If you disagree with me, I'll ban you. Hold on, let me check.
Yes.
Rules. That's still...
No, it's political.
It's political. Oh yeah. You can have political discussions, but if you disagree with me, I'm gonna ban you. I think it's a fair rule, honestly. letting everyone
I
have
mean,
political discussion.
so far I've always agreed with you on politics, so I believe it's a fair rule. I like that rule.
Oh my goodness, I love talking with Quasar about politics so much. Oh, it's so great. Quasar actually knows about the European politics. My biggest problem is that people, that there's basically very little overlap. Americans are really often really interested in their politics, but their politics, they're just team fighting. It's basically what it is. Just two teams, pick your team and fight. Whilst European politics are a lot more boring because they're a lot more about policies, but so few Europeans actually are interested in politics. And it's so nice to talk with... I just really like talking with Quasar about it because Quasar actually knows European politics and isn't treating it as like a one team against the other on the actual policy making, which is what it's supposed to be. Hi there, Melissa. Geography is not a science about the rocks. Isn't that geology?
Yeah, geology is
You were
about
so
rocks,
close to
geography is
being
about
right.
drawing.
Can you do computer science without computers? Can you do computer science without science? We're asking real questions. Oh, I set up these geometry nodes in such a phenomenal way. I love it so much. I can just add another one. That'll be empty. What, 2? There we go. However, I can scale it down on the on the y-axis. There we go. Ah, such a genius! I've set up in a way that if I scale it down, it actually changes the size. And if I scale down the other one, it flips the minus and plus. Okay, 0, 0, 0, 1. Let's just do a 0. Would that work? Why is it still green? Never mind, something is wrong. Why is that still green? Every time we French people are interested in politics, we get told, hey, why are you doing that? And stop burning that car. Say what you want about French politics, but it works, okay? Like, say what you want about going on strike all the time and revolutions. It worked for them. Or for you, I guess, in this case. You have one of the best labor laws in the entire world. You have so many worker rights. You have so many incredible things. It works. No, it really does, though. The thing, okay, Relax, the first time you French people started burning stuff down, you overthrew a fucking monarchy! It worked! If more people were interested in European politics, then would become an American politics, and congrats, you got 1942 system back. I mean, okay, I get that that is a risk, and that is certainly a pretty big risk. We should be careful of that. However, at the same time, I don't think it will be that much of a problem. No, I lowered this to low. What the heck is happening? I have to add 1. Why is this a wave? What's going on? There's so much... Oh, because it's a... I get it now, okay. So hyperbolic tangent, we add 1, we divide by 2, we get 0.5. And then we multiply it by this, which is the sine, okay. Right here, I see the pickle. So we can use the z as a final scalar right here before we divide by 2. If we multiply it by z, which normally is 1, which shouldn't matter. Okay, it's soberly not 1, it is 1. How is multiplying it by 1 changing anything? And why is increasing it making it smaller? This makes so little sense. I don't know what I did. What doesn't matter, it's gonna be 100. What have I done? Z? Plug in here. Because I dividing... Oh, wait, why is dividing by 1 changing the thing? I'm not getting into it, no, doesn't matter. It works, that's all I'm concerned with. Okay. There we go. You should move even more.
By the way, chat. I don't know how many of you watch Discord, but in Discord I asked if my dream date is a revolution, and it would be very nice to kiss at the light of a burning parliament, then is it just as normal as my dream date being Disneyland? Because I think it's just as normal. I mean,
I would
have
say
my
that
dream
would
date,
be
some
that would be
people-
romantic. I would say that would be quite romantic. If my date does not take me to like a government overthrow the government party, what's even the point? Like, what are you doing?
I mean, you
Hi,
can have
Quasar.
small dates. You can have small dates, like, I don't know, making Molotov cocktails, preparing for the big one. But like, yeah,
Ha! I wonder why my YouTube channel might get flagged in the future. Hi, the Quasar. Last time the far right had gotten huge, so we voted for the left. Our president didn't give a damn and named far right homophobic dumbass prime minister. Yeah, but Reblax, you see, that's the point. You see what the problem was there. You voted. If instead of voting you overthrew the government, then why would they would work itself out? No, the French politics, I do believe, are the most volatile in Europe, but I wouldn't say most interesting. The only thing that annoys me is that recently American, I don't even want to call it political figures. American political figures are getting into European politics, with Elon Musk saying that, basically endorsing the AfD, which is bloody hell, no, a far-right extremist German party. I just want to say that if there was an award for staying on the right side of history, pun intended, I don't think encouraging people to vote for a far-right extreme party in Germany would be the best way to get that award. That's just my opinion.
yeah. So far, it didn't really work out.
What did Makshit? I don't know what Makshit said, but I know only two things. First of all, that Makshit's comment got removed, and the second one is that to it he replied, "Never mind, I think that's called terrorism." So I think I know why it got removed, and I'm on live chat, so okay, well.
Maybe they replied to. Oh no, it got removed. For a second I thought they replied to my dream date.
No, it's just I'm curious to see that comment now, I'll be honest. Okay, this looks pretty good.
Like,
I just said let's make a revolutionary group and overthrow the governments. Why did that get removed? Is that? I mean, okay, I guess that is terrorism, isn't it? Yeah, you know what? I think we should just kill people who disagree with us. I think that would be. I think that's a great
fair.
idea. Yeah, I think we should kill people who disagree with us, and anyone who does not consider me to be the best person ever should just, death, execution.
Fine by me.
Would you want a woman the US voted? Roe v. 8 was overturned and told her, should have voted better, I guess, even though she may have not voted for Trump. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, Reblax, you see? That's the beauty of revolutions. You don't need to vote. I just really like revolutions. I don't know. I like them. And statistically, big revolutions, well, I suppose that it all depends. you do have to be careful. Okay, jokes aside, revolutions, that is not as simple of a topic as it is pretty often being made. There have been plenty of revolutions that did end up with even worse regimes in charge. However,
All of Hungarian
There is any-
revolutions were a failure, so
but yeah, there isn't a pattern that if you do a revolution that's big enough, it works. So, for example, when you have the American, the French, and the Russian, then 2 out of those 3 worked beautifully. The third one depends when you consider the Russian Revolution to end. The third one also even worked. Because, I mean, if you go with the classical ending of Russian Revolution, then very much didn't. It got, well, I don't know, worse, because they overthrew a czar for a dictator, so, I mean, same difference. I guess the dictator was much awful, though. I think Stalin was worse than Alexander. Lenin in between too, I
Obviously.
guess, but Lenin, yeah. Didn't.
no. Lenin's last words were, "Don't give power to Stalin."
Whoops. Almost got it.
Those were literally his last words on his.
I don't
deathbed.
disagree, make it, but you see, cops have weapons here, and I don't have the average. I have the average body type of a leftist. Red blacks, no. You see, that's the thing. If you get enough people together, they're not gonna shoot. They might not like the revolution, but they're not gonna die to stop it. Boy, am I really this committed to the bit? Because I don't think I am. I don't think I'm this committed to the joke. The thing is, for the sake of not getting completely banned, please vote. That's the best thing you can do, is vote. If that doesn't work, protests also would be encouraged. Peaceful protests, okay? Peaceful protests would be encouraged, but I think the protesting is fine. Hi, Lemon. We were never a family-friendly science channel. What? No, we've always been. Advocate of peace, harmony, and small positive change. Protests and revolutions are bad. No, in my opinion, protests are great. They really are. Protests are phenomenal. Also,
Do
revolutions.
protests work at all?
Yes, they do. They work beautifully. The thing is,
In what world?
no, they actually do. They really do. Protests do work.
Show me a protest that actually worked.
Okay, what do you think a protest is? Because you do realize that there's a difference between protest and revolution, like a pre-major one.
Yeah.
Like the thing is,
I've been to protests that gathered thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people together, and nothing happened.
okay, I would like to acknowledge one thing, Timon, however. You live
I'm
in Hungary,
Hungarian.
yes. So you do realize that the burden of work for a protest to actually work in Hungary is a bit higher, right? Like protests in Hungary are a bit more like in France. What you would achieve with 10,000 people, you would need like, I don't know, 1 million in Hungary. So you do have to take that into account. But protests really do work.
Oh, that's fair.
The thing is, if you have like railroad workers, for example, if they're getting screwed over by the railroad company, they can unionize, they can organize a protest, and in that way, the railroad company has to listen to their demands. That's another union is also great, in at least my opinion, they're also great. They lead to a lot of positive stuff. But that's just me. Who am I to say anything? So I think that protests are great because, well, they get stuff done. Peaceful, I should mention, peaceful. You start killing people, that's not really protesting, that's just terrorism. It really is. But like, you know, thousands of people refusing to go to work, for example, out of protest, can really work, because if a company is not paying them enough, even though the company can afford it, then if all workers quit all of a sudden, it is better for the company to raise their wages rather than to just not have any workers.
Listen, in Hungary, they did that.
As I mean, it's Hungary, okay? It's like, I mean, come on.
Teachers wanted to have more wages, and thousands of teachers quit. And what did they do? They lowered their wages even more.
We had that actually same thing in Poland, but I don't remember how it worked out. All I remember is that I've been to that protest actually. Oh my goodness, because it was so fun. It was the only protest that was happening in my area at the time. Like a big, massive Poland-wise teachers' protest. It was really
Oh,
fun.
and do yours actually work?
I don't remember. I mostly went there, like, I bought a bag of popcorn and was sitting on the bench. That's what I did. It was really entertaining. But I don't think... I don't know. Hold on.
You know, like, there is a governmental law that after there were a lot of protests from teachers, there was just a governmental law that just basically said that teachers are not allowed to protest or they are fired. Like, that's it. They just made a law that
Yeah, but that's the
no,
thing.
you're protesting too much. You can't protest anymore. No.
I mean, it is sadly, well, as I mentioned, Hungary, okay, exceptions, but union busting normally is legal. I'm pretty certain. Hold on, let me. It was in 2019. It wasn't all that long ago, but did it work?
No, I truly only believe in revolutions because like, okay, to be fair, is the Hungarian government corrupt or something? Well, I don't want to get into politics, but
Hungary is basically, how do I put this?
the
would say it
EU
is-
put it as autocracy. The EU said that Hungary is an autocracy, so that's what I'm
Yes.
gonna say. What the EU said, it's an autocracy.
It's the only autocracy in the European Union. So
Yeah.
So basically, that's why Hungary will always be the exception. Poland was going in that direction. Poland was second after Hungary in Europe, but very recently, like a couple years ago, Poland switched its course. And right now, I really am curious how it turns out because Poland is becoming like Poland ends up less and less supporting Hungary, which I think is a good thing because when I say supporting
Yeah,
Hungary,
I
I don't
agree with
actually
it.
mean supporting Hungarians. I mean supporting the government of Hungary, which
No, please don't support Hungary, please. I'm begging you, don't support Hungary. Like, I just want to burn this entire country to the ground, honestly.
my current job has plenty of death by PowerPoint at times. Makes me want to end myself. That's actually
Okay,
ridiculous.
we get the hungry jokes. Great.
The thing is, I only have a concept of what Quasa's job looks like, but I just imagine it as, you know how in movies, you have these classical movies or like a disaster happen or a monster appearing, and you have that one specialist that they always go to. Whereas like the typical script of a movie where first a giant monster or a giant disaster or aliens appear, and then second they go like one hyper specific scientist which is dealing with that specific problem the entire time. I imagine Quasar is just that except for networking. I don't know how close or far off am I. That's my concept. And Quasar, do not correct me. Okay? Do not. Just don't. Because I will not accept any correction there. That's what I imagine in my head, and that's enough. Autocracy in 2025 is crazy. Okay, I can show you exactly what it is. There's nuance to it, but the general idea of it being autocracy, yes. There is nuance to it, however, because it's not an official autocracy. That's the problem there.
Yeah.
It's Hungarian elections. Fidesz is called, right? I'm doing it from memory.
With an S because that's an S and a Z, and we pronounce it
Fidesz.
as an S.
Fidesz, alright. In Poland, that's pronounced S. So Fidesz. Yeah, basically, here you can see the parties. And, yeah. Viktor Orban is basically, in this case, the autocrat. And, oh wait, wasn't there like a split in parties recently? If I'm not mistaken. Where someone
what?
left Fidesz to create their own party.
Oh, yes.
And I'll be honest, as I mentioned, I haven't been into European politics in like a month or 2 months, maybe.
No, that was long ago. I'm just surprised that you know this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I keep up with. I mean, I used to keep up with European news.
I mean, it was kind of a big deal, but I didn't know it reached the outside of Hungary.
I would recommend EU Made Simple and TLDR News EU, and they cover like for every single country basically. All these major things. Yeah, so the EU Made Simple is my favorite, but they cover all elections that happen. European level, state level, and also the thing is, it is weird to watch like a European news network and see your country mentioned, and the events in your country in the perspective of the European Union. But that's basically where I know this from. Hungary does appear often there, but it's not actually doesn't appear the most often. I would say that right now the most interesting politics in Europe and the most influential would be the French.
Yeah.
Because what's happening in France is just, well, the only way I can describe what's happening in France is that it's French. That's the only way I can describe it.
Yeah, I tried to look into that, but I failed to understand, and at some point I just decided that okay, I let it die down and wait for it, because I genuinely did not understand, no matter how much I looked into that.
Actually,
and I asked some of my friends, and they didn't understand either.
Do you both support EU becoming a country? My take on it, you're talking about federal Europe, I'm assuming. My take on it is that not really. The thing is, I do believe that federal Europe would be great. It would be amazing. The benefits are incredible. However, we could end up like the United States, which to me is a risk that's too great to take. So I believe that we should just... The thing is, at this point, I feel like Europe should focus on regulating in when it goes to new technology. It should focus greatly on regulating new technology, just how it's been doing. But when it comes to improvement, we should improve the efficiency of regulation. Not reduce regulation, not increase it, make it more efficient. So make the regulation for big businesses even greater, because they can take it on, make the regulation for small businesses much lighter, so on, so forth. And I do believe that instead of actual federal Europe, what we need to do is we need to shift some responsibilities to the European level and shift some responsibilities to the city level. And that, in my opinion, would result in already greater Europe. Also making it more democratic, so stopping the veto power would be certainly extremely useful, because it's overused, it's slowing down progress like crazy. Making it possible for people to vote for European political groups, which is something that we do not have, mud, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, and I think that one moment. It only worked for the USA because they were already a very similar group of people, but EU has way more cultural differences than America ever had, and that is why becoming one country would be a bit risky. But I do believe that it should be way less important what country you are in, and a lot more things should be decided on a European level, and only just a small fraction.
Yeah, I think in my opinion, what should matter is that everything should be European. It should matter city by city. Countries, I find it weird. Countries seem to be in that odd space where countries are too big to actually do things efficiently, but too small to have like a continent-wide effect. So I think it should be just Europe and cities. What if Russia joins EU? It'd be funny. There is no existence in which Russia would join EU. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like EU would like it if Russia joined in, because then I feel like politically it would be convenient for Europe. Simply because then Russia would either have to comply or would get screwed economically, and these economic policies would have a very convenient political reasoning behind them. That political reasoning being the fact, you've joined an EU, you have to follow the rules. but there's no universe in which that would happen. In case of Federal Europe, Hungary will lose foreign, so Fidesz would not be able to print infinite money. That's the big risk. But that's the thing. That's precisely why I mean that certain things should be shifted. Euro as a currency is phenomenal. The more countries join in the Eurozone to actually use the euro, the better it gets. It becomes even more stable. It becomes the more it boosts economic growth like crazy, and so on and so forth. So, for example, AfD in Germany wants to establish a lot of policies which make it less European, basically. And when they do that, if they do that, if they get elected, which I mean they might, if they do that, then the economic hit that Germany will take will be insane. If I remember correctly, 55% of Germany's economic output is exports to other European countries. Like, if you kill off that export, if you remove the euro, then that is going to shrink like crazy. The hit that the economy will take will be insane. I see electronegativity. Chemistry is coming up now. Don't think of it as chemistry. Think of it as
Molecular physics.
Abstract quantum mechanics. Chlorine. Okay. CPK colors. What's chlorine? Make it less European. Impossible. Exactly. You can't make it less European because make it is too European. CO. Let's do 800.
There are a lot of human rights violations that Hungary does, and the reason why the EU could not step up for Hungary is because Poland would always veto everything, and I'm so fucking happy that they don't do it anymore.
Yeah, because we had a complete government just change.
It's cool.
No, abstract quantum mechanics. No, that goes against everything. Abstract quantum mechanics is quantum field theory. What? No, quantum field. That's relativistic quantum mechanics. No, I always thought it was relativistic quantum mechanics, quantum field theory. The script. Okay. After one that will be chlorine. Okay, and then we have the sources in which there is this specific example of what the molecule should look like, and that is chapter 6 right here. How organic reactions occur, mechanism, polar reactions, sweet lovely, chloromethane. So chlorine will have a much greater electron fusion and there we go.
Maybe you said that it's weird when your country's name pop up in international news channels, and I can relate to that because there is, I think I already told you about them, the Living Ironically in Europe YouTube channel that covers everything that's Eastern Europe, and it's always so weird when they mention Hungary.
I mean, to be fair, I can't imagine what it would have to be like to be American. I've only recently remember when Atomic joined in and he like said Gulf of Mexico. I think you mean Gulf of America. Like, I thought he was just making a joke about, you know, the conversation we were having where, oh, America isn't actually surrounded by ocean, ocean's surrounded by America. But it turns out no. Turns out that's something that Trump said, that he would try to rename Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America.
Jeez.
I'm funny. I like it. I like it. I like this. I want it. I think it should be Gulf of America. It does have a nice ring to it.
Politics would be so entertaining if it wasn't true.
Is the dollar best fit for global currency, or is it euro or one? Titan, that's the problem. There is no best fit for a global currency. It's actually a major political question. Because basically, whatever institution holds power over the global currency holds power over basically the global market, which is incredible power to have. So if you asked American politicians, they would say it's the dollar. If you ask European, they would say it's the euro, so on and so forth, any country. I, however, believe that the euro would be better, not only because I'm European, but also because euro was specifically made to be a currency used in between countries. That's what makes euro unique in that context. Dollar is specifically American, whilst euro, was made to be between countries. Do you think that rules of the universe will change in another place, like how black holes are weird? No, I don't think so. Rules of the universe are the rules of the universe. They will not depend on the position, because that would just be the rule of the universe. If your gravity changes based on where you are, that is not rules of the universe changing, that is the rules of the universe saying that gravity changes. Should be Gulf of Netherlands. I agree. Vietnam for president. Ah, it's funny. I don't know. It's funny. I'm just making YouTube videos. I like to laugh at this sort of stuff. I think Flame is gonna be happy with the animation I'm making. That's gonna be my test for if my animation is good. I'm gonna show it to Flame and I'm gonna ask more things, and if I get Flame approval, I'm gonna be happy with my animation. I just need
Sounds reasonable.
Yeah, I just need to render it. Then why are laws of physics are said to break down during early Big Bang? Well, that's because we don't know laws of physics, Titan. So basically, in mathematics, you have that concept of domain of a function, I think. Is that right? So basically, for any function, I feel like that's the easiest way to explain it. For any function in mathematics, you have a certain place where that function makes sense. If you go beyond that, beyond those numbers, it stops making sense. So, for example, if I go right here, oh, this is going to be a banger of an example. If I go Desmos, open graphing calculator, and if I do just square root of x, you can see that it starts at 0, and then it's going up. And there's nothing in the negatives. This is a great example of a domain. So basically, this function doesn't make sense for anything lower than 0. And what happens when we encounter this kind of problem usually is we expand our theory. So basically we ask the question, okay, how could we describe this function going below 0? And that way we invent new science, new models. In this case, there would be the invention of imaginary numbers. We basically asked what happens when square root of x goes below 0, well, when the x goes below 0 in square root of x, and we got imaginary numbers. So when we say that laws of physics break down the early Big Bang, what we're actually saying is that our equations, our physical equations, make sense for most things. However, during early Big Bang, I do believe, I'm pronouncing it weird, I do believe the energy density was too high or something. I don't remember exactly, with weak interaction, electromagnetism combining. I don't remember exactly, but the point is, the conditions were so extreme that this is like the limit of what our equations can describe. So what we have to do right now is we have to figure out better equations for it to fit. And so when we say that laws of physics break down, we don't actually mean that laws of physics break down. We mean that what we think are laws of physics, that breaks down. The actual laws of physics, therefore, must be different. And therefore, we change our models, and science evolves, and we make more science, better predictions, and we expand that window. So, a while back ago, there are a lot of things which we didn't think made sense, but then we created models which describe them, and they made sense then. For example, cartoonish example, but let's go with it. Protons and neutrons were considered to be elementary particles, for example. But we created an even more elementary model. Make it, you think science can explain everything. What is your best bet on what started everything? Like everything. What is the first cause? Why is there something instead of nothing? My best guess is that everything always existed. That would be my best guess. There was no start. That would be my best guess for existence of everything. It's just always existed the way it exists.
But it started with the Big Bang.
No, it didn't actually start with the Big Bang. Big Bang is the point at which the universe expanded enough for our description, our laws of the universe to make sense. So Big Bang is a misconception as a start of the universe. You should think of it this way: like if you have a graph of like size of the universe, right? If it's going this, actually, like let's say it's going like this, Big Bang as a point is the point where our laws of physics started making sense. So before the Big Bang, the universe was so small, it's difficult to explain it because it's really advanced. I'm right here, the universe is always infinite, but it was small. Does that make sense, everyone? Does that make sense? Yes, it does make sense. So basically, universe has always been assumed, at least, at the very least, to be infinitely large. However, it's always also expanding. And Big Bang is the point at which it was finally spread out enough for our laws to make sense. So that would be my theory. My theory is that, well, the reason why I believe that, I don't actually believe, I would say that the universe always existed. I just have no better answer than that. Because any other answer, you would have to like assume something created it, but we have absolutely no reason to believe that it was created, other than it feels intuitive. Like, our feelings is the only thing to actually show that the universe was created. But if something always existed, did it always continue charging, expanding in a state of entropy, or was it constant for a long period and suddenly started having entropy and changing? I think that it always existed, that me personally is what my theory would be. I believe that it always existed, it was always expanding. Since we're dealing with infinities, you could have that. However, I don't think entropy is irreversible. I think that there is a method for you to reverse entropy. That's what I think.
Now you definitely need to watch Tenet.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard from Flame, yeah, but I do believe that there is a method for reversing entropy, simply because otherwise it would be the only thing in the universe, I guess, other than expanding, that actually, because entropy has a finite ending to it. I would just like to say that I have no evidence to support it other than it's a possibility. I would just like to mention that. I just think that we haven't discovered a method for reversing entropy. I'm not going to sit here and pretend as if scientists are wrong, because they're not. We have no evidence for reversing entropy. But I just believe that there is a possibility. I mean, we know that there is a possibility of entropy being reversible, but I just think that's likely this way. Once again, that's my theory though, no evidence. I don't know anything about it. The universe is always expanding each stage, and expanding having different laws of physics. Did you come up with originally having this? Yeah. I mean,
But,
this might.
saying
I
that-
think another thing I believe is possible is that what we consider interactions could be localized. It's fun because the thing is, we really don't know much about the universe. We really don't. We know basically nothing. So if you think of the universe as infinite, once again, that's our theory. We don't know if the universe is infinite. We assume it is. If you think of universe as infinite, visible universe would be nothing in comparison to the universe. Because visible universe is finite. Universe then would be infinite, so we know absolutely nothing. Everything is a complete guess. But I really like the idea of interactions changing with distance. As in our visible universe, we have gravity, electromagnetism, weak interaction, strong interaction, but if you traveled far enough, then you would have different fundamental interactions. I really like that idea.
Also, this saying that just because it's true here and false somewhere is like saying that Newton's equation of gravity is true here but false in the black hole. Well, no, the relativity works everywhere, and Newton's is a
Yes.
simplification, but the laws of physics don't change. The only thing that changes is the model we need to use to get an
Exactly.
accurate result.
The thing is, the reason why this misconception happens is because we refer to two different things as the laws of physics. We refer to the actual laws of physics as law of physics, and we refer to our understanding of laws of physics as law of physics. But our understanding will be flawed. It will be. That's why we still do physics, for goodness sake. If it wasn't flawed, we wouldn't do physics. And so basically, because of that, we should call them, well, if you want to be really clear and specific, it should be laws of physics and our approximation of the laws of physics. Laws of physics cannot be broken. Our approximations can. And that's the thing. The only problem I saw with your theory is that we never got any physical evidence for anything in infinite physics. Yes, that's why I said that it was complete theory with no evidence behind it. I want to make that clear. The problem there is that there isn't a single good theory for the universe, like its origin or what's happening and so on, simply because we have basically no evidence for anything. If you guess that the universe was created by some being, it is about as valid of a guess as the fact that as a guess that the universe always existed, or as a guess that, I don't know, universe doesn't exist, maybe, in some way, I don't know, and so on and so forth. Since there is no evidence, you can do anything. Fast and light travel and coming. I really like the idea, though, of law of like the interactions changing based on where you are in the universe. As I mentioned, no evidence, complete theory, but I really like it because it would make sense. It would explain why our laws are the way they are. There's nothing special about our laws, it's just that it would be randomness, which would beautifully explain it. Like, why is gravity accelerating objects, or rather, why is gravity bending space and time? Why isn't gravity making stuff explode or something? Why isn't gravity just increasing the charge? And so on and so forth. Why is gravity doing this precisely? And the randomness would be, I think, a beautiful explanation for it. Do you think infinite expansion is cyclic? Like the most needed to explain interactions at each state of expansion repeating in intervals, or is it random? I don't think it is cyclic, but I think due to infinities, its cyclicness might lose its meaning. The problem is that, as I mentioned, universe, if you assume that the universe is infinite, it can still expand. You can still, infinite universe can still expand. However, if a universe is infinite, and if it does expand, then there could be something, it's really hard to tell if it would be cyclic, as if it would just at some point, go back to being really small but still infinite. There is no difference between that and due to randomness, it expanding forever and things just happening over and over again. If you have an
I
infinite...
believe that cyclic theory was disproven. I believe.
I mean, the thing is, we do have three main theories, which is the big crunch, heat death, and big squeeze, I do believe. Those are the main ones. There are more. Heat death is the general assumption, which is that in the end, you just end up with an infinite amount of particles all so far away from each other that they don't interact together. Like they interact through gravity, but space is expanding quicker than they can interact, and so because of that, you just have an infinite amount of particles, each of them just separate. That's the end of the universe right now.
And at one point, they will all exist. They will all get out of each other's observable universe. So.
Yeah, exactly. But at the same time, there is a caveat, because there are ways for a universe to be reset. So basically, there are things which could trigger another Big Bang. For example, okay, this is not a perfect example. If you actually know physics, then you'll realize it's not a perfect example, but let's go with it. Higgs boson. Higgs boson has an incredible amount of energy in it, Higgs field in general. So if you reach the heat death of the universe, Higgs field could just kickstart the universe back to life again.
What?
Yeah, because basically, when you have an electron, right, it has mass. Mass is energy. Where does this energy come from? It comes from the Higgs field, to oversimplify. And so, if you consider how much mass everything has, that's an incredible amount of energy. E equals mc squared. That is insanity. Like, imagine just the Earth alone. Imagine how much energy just Earth has. This is speed of light squared. It's massive. And so,
Yeah, but it's nothing compared to the energy of the universe.
what energy of the universe?
Like the total energy of the
Yeah, but think
universe.
about the electromagnetic energy, right? Or rather, the oh, that's kind of confusing to talk about, I suppose. But think about the energy of just charge, electromagnetic energy, right, compared to this energy. Think about how little energy charge has compared to this. This is speed of light squared for mass. What's the... It's not called electromagnetic energy. It's radiant energy. I'm an idiot. My goodness, I forgot this radiant energy. Radiant energy is... can I do it from memory? I could try, but it's not going to be great. Lambda h bar c, I think. It's not... I'm got to guess. I don't remember doing it from memory. So does this infinite universe of your model have infinite matter and energy, or only infinite space that's always expanding and stretching? We have no idea. We have... I mean, maybe some scientists have a theory, but I'll be honest, I don't know. I haven't reached this much into this kind of physics. I don't really like this kind of physics because it gets too speculative for my taste.
Yeah,
It's basically... to me,
there is no way to prove it. So...
the best analogy I can give you is the difference between watching a movie and reading fan fiction of that movie. When you're watching a movie, you get the actual answers. When you're reading fan fiction of that movie, then everything is just a guess, or everything is made up. So I'll be honest, I cannot tell you because I simply don't know. Would you call physics at that level philosophy? I don't think so. It's still physics.
I mean, there's a lot of math that's put into each and every theory.
Yeah, but that's why it would be it's mathematical. But still, it's basically mathematics concerned with physical laws. So that's just physics. It's theoretical physics hard. I would say it's theoretical physics at its extreme. I think this is where theoretical physicists really just enjoy their job. No, this is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. This is right. Found your channel yesterday. You're a champ. Thank you, Michael. Thank you. For the movement of the electrons. Color is more electronegative. Oh, I've reached the end of my script actually.
Whoa, nice.
Wait, but that's still, I haven't finished scripting the video. So we're like halfway-ish there with the video. Let me see the animation because I really want to send it to Flame and ask him what he thinks. I want him to tell me he's proud of me, you know. I crave validation. My file explorer is not responding. Why? I'm sorry, you, my guy. The thing is, File Explorer on Windows is so much more than the File Explorer. It's responsible for an unreasonable amount of process, and so when it stops responding, it's actually a pretty big deal.
Since that one time that Flame and I talked in voice chat, I just feel like I wanna learn physical chemistry from him.
Yeah, Flame is really passionate. It's great. It really is. It's kind of weird that I mentioned Flame so many times already and hasn't shown up. The blue nickname Curse must be weakening. Interaction going back, it's absolutely important. Look on a wave function. Will it be a topic for the next video? Not next video, but down the line it will be. It will be eventually down the line. The thing is, Farmain, I think my current guess for how I will go with quantum mechanics is that I will start... I need more space than this. I need way more space than this. There we go. That should be enough space. My current guess of how I will go with quantum mechanics is that I will start with just the experiments. So double slit. So photoelectric and double slit, between represented by the plate of metal and two slits. Then the next video will be the wave function, so describing the particle that we have seen in the previous experiments. Then the next video will be I think the best one would be scattering and collapse of the wave function. It's an incredibly difficult topic to explain, but I really want to give it some time. And then after that, it could be interaction between particles, I believe. That's my current guesstimate, I mentioned. And then after interactions between different particles... Actually, no, wait. Then it would be operators. Then after operators, it would be interactions between different particles. Oh, I am incredible what I do. And then after these, it would be hybridization of electrons, which would be the angular momentum of psi for electrons for sp3. That's the current path I feel like I would take. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 videos just to explain the hybridization. I think you will create many great scientists if you don't become one yourself. Well, that's the hope. A lot of people have already told me that I've motivated them to do science, which is certainly really nice. But I don't think I have it in me to be a scientist. I think I'm great at explaining science, but I'm not great at actually doing science. I mean, suppose soon enough I will try. Oh, you just reminded me, I do have to mention a project we'll be doing on Patreon. I think that's Patreon only for now. For the next months, for the next 2 months, it will be Patreon only. I still haven't mentioned it. Speaking of Reblax, how is that project going, huh? How are y'all doing? Because I haven't heard from you in a while. I'm assuming you are planning it, right? Huh, Reblax? How is it going?
Is this something I should know about?
I haven't mentioned it on Patreon only, but I will probably after the stream mention what this. It's a fun project I'm doing. It's something I planned with. Actually, hold on. Do you not have access? You might actually have access to the channel on which it says it. Oh yeah, you do. Yeah, that actually is already accessible by intern booth. That's the code.
I did not read back.
Write the flame added summary, and that basically is the project.
All right, I'll read it sometime.
I mean, you can read now. It's not that long. Because it will give you all the context that's needed. It's a really fun thing. I'm really excited for it, but I can't talk about it, and it's making me just... It's rough. I was talking, Reblax, about the project, you know? The project, the thing that I've been so excited for. That you and Remco are torturing Alu with. How is that going? Do you use AI to help make your videos at all? Not really. I don't really have a need for it. The project. You freaking... Okay, I'm gonna... No, I'm actually... No. It's unfair of me to just point out Reblax like that.
Okay, that project actually looks so much fun.
It is, isn't it? It's really fun, isn't it? I was so... The thing is, I came up with it, and the next day, I came up with it and immediately asked everyone to voice chat. And next day, I immediately gone because I just couldn't hold it, and it's really fun. Hasn't advanced much because I was busy dealing with stuff, and Remco was busy having a job. Okay, that's fair. That's a fair reason, I suppose. Well, let me ping Remco. How dare you not do your free labor for me?
Not free, literally negative money.
To be fair, I did specifically... I knew it was going to take a while, that's why 2 months. I felt that was reasonable. Reblax collab with Numberphile, it would be great. The objective is to get the Fields Medal, so I'll be interviewed by Numberphile. No, you will get the Fields Medal, so you will be interviewed by me. Numberphile will be a guest. I need that for every single person, honestly. For every single one of my experts, we need like a reward system for getting basically a Nobel Prize in their own respective field. Remco, if Remco wins the Nobel Prize, then I'm gonna drink an 18-year-old whiskey with him. I have it ready to go. And because any day, I don't know, Remco could win Nobel Prize any day, honestly. So I don't know. For Reblax, I'm gonna do a whole video interview. It's gonna be like an hour long, just about. I don't care. It's gonna go extremely in depth, and I will not mention and I will not use any physical examples for it. It was gonna be pure math. And Numberphile is gonna be a guest. Oh wait, there was one great mathematician. I don't know. Free Brown Brown would be a guest, obviously. Who else? This whiskey would be older than make it. Well, don't spill my secrets, okay? My goodness.
Oh my god, I just realized that there are people in the chat who are younger than that whiskey.
Holy shit, it just hit me too. Wow. I should have a rule if I'm gonna gonna do an in real live stream, right? To stop everyone from backseat gaming my streams, I'm just gonna put the 18-year-old whiskey on the table, and I'm just gonna add text: if you're younger than this whiskey, do not talk. That's how I'm gonna restrict only. That's what I'm gonna do if it's gonna be an 18+ stream. Spicy make it cooking stream.
Yeah, but in a year,
obviously I'm gonna be doing a cooking stream shirtless. I have to, right? It's the rule.
Yes. I mean, that's.
I do bait you into a lot of these, to be fair. You should have told me before. I would have gone the less abstract part of math. Oh no, Reblax, what do you mean? What do you mean less abstract part of math?
Here.
No, Reblax, go as abstract. That's the whole point. Reblax, the whole point is that you know, I need to do something extraordinary. Make it extreme is confirming he's older than 18. I feel like it's obvious. I am older than 19 at this point. I mean, come on. I've been monetized for a year. You need to be 18 to be monetized. I feel like it's obvious that I am over it. Damn it, at some point, actually, it's... Oh no, if I'm gonna be doing it for like a decade without revealing my age, if it is gonna take me a decade to get 1 million subscribers, it won't be quite as exciting, because then you will all know that I'm at least 29.
Yeah, nobody cares about
Yeah, it's gonna
that,
be way
so.
less interesting. Capping his active viewers because the whiskey will become 19 years old in 20. Hey, my viewers also grow. Actually, I guess it would be a cap, wouldn't it? You seem to be 12, make it. Damn it, got me. Spot on. I expected you to be a baby with a really deep voice for a baby. That's actually it. That's it. When I was getting monetized on YouTube, I took 2 other kids of the playground. We all got inside a trench coat. And I got monetized. That's how I did it. Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Ah, fudge, my legs there. You know, my life is pretty tough. It really is. That's because on the way to the bathroom, there's a mirror, and every single time I walk there, I just get so distracted because I'm just so sexy. It's honestly, it's tough. It's rough, yeah.
I don't know how you live like this.
Yeah, it's rough, honestly. I know how I live like this. Hi, I would like 1 monetization, please. Timon is speaking, he's younger than whiskey. What do you mean hypocrisy? Timon is very much not younger than my whiskey. This is like, what the heck? How are there so many people who confidently state my age, and yet, apparently for Timon, you all just... Timon's mentioned his age so many times on stream. Number 3, make it decided again. Number 2, is watching comments. Number 1, in Discord. What?
I mean, it is true that I sound like 12.
No, not really. You have like a deep tint to your voice. I don't know how to describe it. I think it's the accent more than anything, to be honest. I think it's just the stereotype of, yeah, it's just racism.
By all means, go for it.
No, just racism, just for being Hungarian.
Now, listen, when Farame realized that I was Hungarian, they just dropped a vomiting emoji there. I have that one saved. So yeah, by all means, go for it. I'm not gonna stop the fun.
Oh no, I'm just saying that racism is probably the reason. Just because I do believe I can there is something about it, this stereotype of just, I don't know, accents being associated, I don't know. I know it's happened to me before. People thought I was young and I actually was, when I still had my accent. And now it's way more closer to what it actually is. When I had my accent, people used to think that I was like 14 or something, simply because of the accent. I still have it, I guess. But I guess at the same time, some people still think I'm 14, so not much changed.
I mean, you do look and sound young.
I don't know if I should take it as a compliment. How do you define young? Because there is a point at which young is a compliment. There is a point at which young is an insult. I would like to know. What kind of young?
Age is 20. Like anything below or above 20 is just either young or old.
So you think I'm below 20?
No, I think that at first glance you might look and sound like, but at second glance it's obvious that you're in your 20s and you just look and sound youngish.
There we go. Now I want to see what Flame thinks. It's great because I'm basically sending him this animation, which is electronegativity. It's actually pretty comical. Cartoonishly electronegative to this. Then I've reached the limit of my script. I'll have to script the video more. Or I could work on the quantum mechanics one, I guess. Haha, upside walking multiple. Oh, I could work on the open source one, but for that I need TFTA, unfortunately. Unfortunately, because TFTA is unavailable at the moment. TFTA is too busy, like, having a life and actually being adventurous. Yeah.
Oh my god, that reminds me, I will have to have a life very soon. I agreed to meet with a friend, so I'll have to be leaving soon.
That's great, isn't it? Where are you living?
Me?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, because you said you were leaving somewhere. So I'm assuming like for by train. I'm assuming country, or am I? What do you mean leaving? In what way?
The voice chat.
Oh, the voice chat. My goodness, I thought you were going for like a trip or something. That's a wildly different context, you know. Fine, I might end the stream soon as well. When I started this stream, what I said is that this might be a shorter live stream. It might be only 4 hours, and wouldn't you know it? Wouldn't you know it? I was correct. I'm always correct. Play finals, make it. I don't know. Most people don't like watching me play finals.
That is true. I'm
Yeah.
one of those people. I'm
See?
sorry. Please don't hate me.
You know that thing Leibniz was talking about? Well, yeah, not that.
I just hope that I would finish this artwork during that. I told myself that live streams wouldn't be a waste if I was just
It does take a fair bit to practice it, doesn't it? To actually be productive and at the same time talk this way.
No, I am very productive. The problem is that I'm productive with drawing and I don't actually start cleaning my room or
Oh, you're just being productive about all the stuff. I suppose that's fair as well. Metaphysics video. Oh, wait, is that or is that pataphysics? What's pataphysics? Did you misspell metaphysics or is pataphysics something? Because it might be. Knowing you, it might be something. It probably is something.
I actually might
Google it.
finish
Oh,
this
no.
artwork. By the way, make it. Did you not see or did you just not respond to my DMs? It's okay if you didn't
oh,
respond
which one?
to
Wait, DMs? Hold on.
DMs.
Oh, the acids?
Yes. It's okay if you didn't because it's long and you
I
might
mean,
already
I'll be
have
honest,
the
I
answer.
didn't read it because I know what Lewis and Lowry acids are.
You just asked me at the previous live and I thought and then finally I got the answer.
I mean, yeah, I had it from library text a while back ago. The thing is, oh, that's a fun piece of trivia. I was working on an acids video in which I wanted to make some acids. Oh, did I mention it already? That's basically why I know about acids, is because I made some nitric acid and I've made some hydrochloric acid, besides the sulfuric one also. But it turned out to be such a small project, and at the time I was making so big videos that it wasn't just video worthy. I might still edit it actually. I might still edit it and just make it a video right now because it would fit, I suppose. Well, I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna go to the shops. The shops are still open. I wasn't expecting to finish it before the shops even close. Even close, yeah. Well then, I'm gonna go. I'm hungry and I'm feeling like I'm gonna spend money today on food. Oh boy, isn't that lovely? To be fair, that's what money is for, isn't it? Anyway, Megan's getting hungry and I'm done, that's it. Anyway, for now, that'll be it. Thank you everyone so much for watching and have a great day. Bye.